Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing? Spectre here. Good to see you here on this Wednesday Hump Day edition here on 5x5. Now the 15th day of September. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Got a bang-up show for you here, but want to say that my co-host still taking a bit of a hiatus here. We'll see when she decides she's ready to return. And of course, I'll be carrying the banner for the first hour at least. Don't know on Daddy Dragon if he's coming back or what his situation is. So you may get a double shot of me here for 2 hours. And of course, as most people well know, I definitely have plenty of material to get us through that. So that being said, appreciate you guys tuning in here today. And I got a heck of a show lined up for you, a lot of ground to cover. If you're tuning in on D-Live, appreciate you guys tuning in. If you are over on YouTube, good to see you here this afternoon. Twitch, for those of you guys that still jump over there, good to see you. Trovo, hey, if you've not signed up to get on Trovo, you can hop over there. I broadcast over there. I am broadcasting there now, as well as PSB and a number of others, so you can channel hop just like you can everywhere else. And by the way, Trovo tends to be slightly more stable. And of course, not to be forgotten, our folks over at the old foxhole.app. Good to see you this afternoon as well. All right. Well, that being said, we have got a lot to cover here today. And I'm going to start off with kind of where I left off last night. For those that joined me on my channel, I did a little show on that, I guess it was about 10:30 Eastern time, about a half hour before the polls started closing in California and what was going on there. Yesterday, California had their recall election and all that good stuff. And I'm not really sure if we expected different results. And I'm sure what many of you guys have already come to realize that Newsom is still there. But let me go ahead and get through this guy here before I make my comments. This is going to be out of the Mockingbird Media, of course. Newsom survives recall, heavy Democratic turnout, county by county results. And I'll let some of this MSNBC DNC stuff play through.
And there it is. You can see the news, Brian, with the check mark. NBC News is officially projecting that the recall attempt against Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has failed. It's failing, as you can see by the results here, decisively at this point. We now have 60% of all the vote counted here in California. The recall right now is failing by a better than 2-to-1 margin. The difference there is 2.7 million votes. That's a 35-point margin between them. We did see there are a couple of counties that are up to, we were talking about the importance of seeing that same day vote. There are a couple of counties that are up to 100% of their vote right now. And no, there was no surprise there in terms of that historical pattern we were talking about. There was a little bit of improvement in the final numbers in those counties for the recall relative to Trump last year. But of course, the recall needs massive improvement from the numbers Trump was putting up. So from this point, there are still a few counties here, a handful of counties in the state. These are generally small population counties where we're still waiting on the mail-in vote to come in. Then the same day vote will be tallied tonight. Over the next few days and really over the next week, the late arriving mail vote is.
Yeah, that's about enough of that shenanigans. The bottom line is this. What they're not telling you is that, and I read this out of San Francisco Chronicle yesterday that I thought was rather intriguing. And that is that they had 22 million registered voters for said recall. And by the 15th of September, actually not today, but what'd that back up to? Maybe by yesterday, I guess it was. They had already received 8 million ballots. 8 million mail-in ballots. You remember they had quite the campaign sending it out to everybody and her brother, probably multiples. I have come across articles where people actually received multiple mail-in ballots at given addresses. But nonetheless, 8 million were returned before the polling stations even opened. And it's not like those don't get counted. It's what I would call front loading, right? And that's part of the reason why they were able to, jump off the seat right quick and say, oh, we're going to project that Newsom's going to stay in power, and that shortly after the polls closed. It wasn't but maybe, 30 minutes, something along those lines. And of course, 8 million votes. Well, if they hadn't started counting all of the ballots that have come in, the first things that are probably going to go through are the 8 million ballots that already have come in, right? And so as they did this, and we saw the 2-1 margin in favor of keeping him versus tossing him, let's say, by the time they called it, they had really only had a little over, I think, what was it, 5 to 6 million ballots within that first half hour, something along those lines. So what does that do for the other 14 million ballots to get us to 22? If indeed 22 million votes were actually cast in said election, I guess that just throws those right out the window. But nonetheless, Alameda County, San Francisco County, LA County, obviously big havens net for the Democratic vote. And those were some of the big three that I saw before I even went to bed last night, probably about 2 a.m. Eastern time, I suppose, by the time it was said and done. Checking the results here this morning, I think they barely crested over 9 million votes, something along those lines. So bottom line, Larry Elder, he did apparently concede. Obviously, work to be done. He says they didn't, he might have won the battle, but they didn't win the war. So we'll see what happens there. And also, I believe they have 38 days before they actually have to certify said election. And I think as this yin yang here from MSDNC said, they've got a period of days where they're going to allow all these ballots to come in. And of course, they could postmark those yesterday, which means there's a period of days that they may have to wait until further ballots come in. So it's no longer just a day to vote and figure out the tally. No, this is a week-long deal. That's got to change. We need to get that crap off the books. We need to do away with mail-in ballots. We need to do away with the machines, be done with it, get it all done in one day, one fell swoop, and call it good. The 66% reporting no is defeating yes, 67 to 33. And there were the county by county results. ACYN Newsom no was not the only thing that was expressed tonight. I want to focus on what we said yes to as a state. We said yes to science. We said yes to vaccines. We said yes to ending this pandemic. All a bunch of garbage. It's all double speak, right? Newsom makes Trumpian the enemy. Aaron Rupert says Gavin Newsom, just in the last few days, the former president put out saying this election was rigged. Democracy is not a football. You don't throw it around. We may have defeated Trump, but Trumpism is not dead in this country. Now, we've had enough of you hack jobs and that who are just political grifters who offer nothing to society other than sell yourself like a whore to the highest bidder. Period. The ballot asked the two questions: should Newsom be recalled, and if so, who should replace him? Obviously, we see Larry Elder there was the top vote getter. Should that have happened? Mail ballots had to be requested by Tuesday, September 7th, but California allows voters to return mail ballots postmarked on or before the election on Tuesday, September 14th. It says out of 55 previous attempts to recall a governor of California, this is the second ever to qualify for the ballot. The only successful attempt resulted in the ouster of Gray Davis in 2003, and of course was replaced by Arnie Schwarzenegger. So there you go. Anyway, I guess, given the circumstances, we probably shouldn't have expected anything less. Obviously, California is not going to reform itself by way of election integrity. The folks of California are going to have to wake up, take those positions back, and force the hand of it. At the same time, it's going to take a collective effort of Californians to do away with the machines or whatever has to happen in that regard and shore things up. And perhaps even after Lindell's symposium, we'll have to see whether or not that they're going to take up the ball and roll with it with any sort of audits in that as a result. Anyway, enough on that. Let's move on to this guy here out of Zero Hedge today. Obviously, Milley has been in the news for his treasonous deal. Milley responds, claims the usurping presidential power to give enemy advance notice, just part of, quote, regular communications. So yet another whore to the system. Milley here. The dude needs to resign, be hung up by the nearest tree, whatever. What a treasonous piece of trash. While many Republicans described the actions of Milley as treasonous if they indeed took place, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, Circleback, told reporters that the president is backing Milley even if the calls did happen. Well, of course they would. I mean, look at the administration or regime, I prefer to call it, the residency, not the presidency. They don't give a damn about the rules. Those rules are for little people. A little piece of paper we call the Constitution, whatever. That's like toilet paper to them. The president believes he's patriotic. His fidelity to our Constitution is unquestionable and has complete confidence in him, Psaki said during a briefing in Washington. How soon can we put them on the fastest ship to a communist country? Because we're quickly turning into that here. Psaki claimed the context of when the calls allegedly took place was important, accusing Trump of fomenting an insurrection, referring to January 6th, and that there was broad concern about many members of his national security team in the wake of the U.S. Capitol breach. It is the obligation of every chairman of the Joint Chiefs to follow constitutional order to prevent unlawful military action, she also said. Anyone surprised? Well, I guess when you don't give a damn about the Constitution, why should we be really all that surprised? And for whatever reason, the article keeps getting stuck here. Let me cycle that down here. Anyway, that was updated from earlier today, and let's see, conversations remain vital to improving mutual understanding of U.S. national security interests, reducing tensions, providing clarity, and avoiding unintended consequences of or conflict, because, they had such a Woodrow for DJT, Orange Man Bad. They couldn't stand the fact that she lost. It wasn't supposed to be this way. And so Milley engaged in the ongoing coup attempt over the 4 years and thought better. He's obviously much wiser in regards to what needs to be done to save us from ourselves, right? I mean, that's more or less what he's saying. Milley frequently conducts meetings with uniformed leaders across the services to ensure all leaders are aware of current issues. The meeting regarding nuclear weapons protocols was to remind uniformed leaders in the Pentagon of the long-established and robust procedures in light of media reporting on the subject. Milley continues to act and advise within his authority in the lawful tradition of civilian control of the military and his oath to the Constitution. Well, Mr. Milley, there's this one little thing, see? Because in the Constitution, I believe the president is the commander-in-chief, not you, jackass. So you must have failed Constitution Day. And it's about time you get shown the door and probably hung from the nearest rope. Tired of these traitors within this country. Anyway, we'll cycle on to another interesting article. That's enough out of that one. RT senior writer has the correct take on Milley. I'll jump over to that from Citizen Free Press here. Says book describes General Milley as hero who saved U.S. from Trump, but actually shows him colluding with the clowns, the NSA, Pelosi, and China. So there you go. All treason. So RT Nebosia Malik writes, an upcoming book by two Washington Post writers, just leaked to the corporate press, seeks to paint General Mark Milley as a hero of the resistance to President Donald Trump. If any of this is true, it amounts to an actual coup. Gee, we've only been talking about that for better than 4 years now. This is just stage 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I lost track of how many stanzas this play has had. Forms and fashions all throughout the government because Orange Man Bad. And hey, we were supposed to have HRC in there in 2016, except we screwed up and we didn't account for enough ballots to overcome the popular vote. News. CNN obtained an early copy of Peril from Real Bob Woodward and Costa Reports, which details how CJCS General Milley took action in January to limit Trump from launching nuclear weapons, telling officers not to take any action without consulting him first. How many of you guys elected Mr. Milley to be commander-in-chief? Raise your hand. Anyone? Because I sure as hell don't recall it. Not your authority. The coverage in corporate outlets dovetails neatly with their institutional bias against the Trump presidency and their established narrative about the 2020 election, the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, and the resistance of career bureaucrats and deep state institutions to the rogue Trump. Right? He wasn't supposed to be there. And they're telling Milley, the U.S. Army general who chairs the Joint Chiefs of Staff, emerged as the hero who saved the day. Oh, kind of reminds me of another story between two lovebirds from the FBI texting, "We're not going to let that happen, are we?" We got all these saviors within the deep state who are looking out for your and my best interest, don't we? BS. Coordinating with the CIA, the NSA, top Dems, and even his Chinese counterpart to protect America from an unhinged president. Joe Walsh, good. Thank you, General Milley. Right. On January 8th, Woodward and Costa claim Milley called a secret meeting at the Pentagon and instructed officers in charge of the National Military Command Center not to take orders from anyone unless they go through him first. No matter what you are told, you do the procedure, you do the process, and I'm part of that procedure, he reportedly said, and made them verbally acknowledge the order. Milley also canceled Trump's orders to withdraw from Afghanistan by January 15th and even reached out to his Chinese counterpart to reassure him the U.S. would not attack, according to the book. January 15th, we could have been out of there, but instead we let this inept resident take over, and what did we find? Now we got 13 dead soldiers as a result. Complete ineptitude. And oh, by the way, never mind the fact that under DJT, not one single war was started, as with previous presidents in decades prior, right? Washington Post and the book's telling Milley went so far as to pledge he would alert his counterpart in the event of a U.S. attack, stressing the rapport they'd established through a back channel. Meanwhile, he also got a phone call from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Costa and Woodward included an alleged transcript of the call. What I'm saying to you is if they couldn't even stop him from an assault on the Capitol, who even knows what else he may do? And is there anybody in charge of the White House and who he was doing anything but kissing his fat butt all over this, Pelosi said, adding, you know he's crazy. He's been crazy for a long time. Drunk ass. Madam Speaker, I agree with you on everything, Milley responded. After the call, he reached out to NSA Director Paul Nakasone and told him, needles up, keep watching, scan. He also reached out to CIA Director Gina Haspel, telling her to aggressively watch everything 360. In other words, the top military official was telling the intelligence community to spy on the elected government, which we already knew. Costa and Woodward acknowledged as much, writing that Milley was overseeing the mobilization of America's national security state without the knowledge of the American people or the rest of the world. May they all swing. That's all I'm going to say about that. So anyway, we shall see whether or not anything comes of this. Obviously, at the moment, they have the full-blown support of the resident sitting in the White House, Joe and Psaki and company. And of course, we'll have to see whether or not anything major comes of it, if he's going to get court-martialed or anything along those lines. My guess is no. It's probably going to go along till we say it stops, unfortunately. Out of News Punch today says Blinken confirms child brides evacuated with pedophiles from Afghanistan. And this is the ramifications of the hurry up get out by August 31st that we just witnessed, and the leaving behind of $85 billion in brand new equipment for them to use. And by the way, has since made its way to Iran. But along with that, hey, what the hell? Let's just load up about 30,000 folks unvetted and now bring along their child brides along with it. Dump them off at some air bases and places all around the country. And yeah, let her rip, tater chip. So now we contend with Blinken confirms child brides evacuated with the pedophiles from Afghanistan. Secretary of State Blinken testified on Tuesday that young children were transported from Afghanistan with pedophile men as child brides. course, we look at it as that, but in their culture, obviously they're pushing this further and further down the line. In a lot of the Muslim countries and that see it as okay to marry at age 9. And you're starting to see even some of Western civilization, like France, try and push that way the more and more Muslims they get in their countries. During the hearing, Senator Ted Cruz asked Blinken about the numbers, citing data from the World Health Organization that over 50% of wives in Afghanistan were married as young kids. Blinken admitted that he did not know the exact number of underage girls who were evacuated with older men or how many were rescued by officials after they landed in America. Cruz cited reports of State Department documents seeking urgent guidance from the Biden regime about the issue after child brides were brought to Fort McCoy in Wisconsin. And I recall seeing some stories early on of that as well. Breitbart.com reports Blinken insisted the entire government was following the issue with, quote, extreme vigilance to uncover and separate child brides of older Afghan men. But he tried to downplay the numbers. To my knowledge, a limited number of cases where we have separated people because we were concerned, Blinken began. How many? Cruz interrupted. The cases I'm aware of? A handful, Blinken replied. U.S. Customs and Border Protection is also investigating reports of child brides, according to Yahoo News. The concern is we're seeing a lot of family units with very young girls. These girls are brought into the U.S. as wives. A government official said to Yahoo News, it's not a small number. So I guess we'll take a listen to this here for just a moment.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here.
Senator.
President Biden and the Biden administration have presided over the worst foreign policy catastrophe in a generation. Americans across the nation are horrified. Our servicemen and women, our active duty military are angry, they're disillusioned, and they're frustrated. Our enemies across the globe are emboldened, which makes the world more dangerous today for America, and our allies are dispirited. Ever since the disaster began unfolding in Afghanistan, we've seen the Biden administration making political excuses. We've seen Democrats on this committee explaining at great length how everything that happened in Afghanistan is Trump's fault. It's all Trump's fault. Mr. Secretary, Joe Biden is the President of the United States. Kamala Harris is the Vice President of the United States. You are the United States Secretary of State. Just like Jimmy Carter owns the disaster of the Iran hostage crisis, you own this. The Biden administration caused this disaster. It was caused by two things. Number one, ideological naivete and extremism. Repeatedly, Mr. Secretary, in this hearing and also on multiple conference calls over the last month, you keep saying things like the steps the Taliban needs to take to be welcomed into the community of civilized nations. Mr. Secretary, they don't want to be welcomed into the community of civilized nations. They are terrorists who want to murder us. This administration doesn't understand that. Joe Biden doesn't understand that.
All right, that's probably a good place to cut her there. I think we get the point. Cruz, obviously a fairly good orator. And of course, I see some of you folks saying child brides are illegal in this country. Yes, you're absolutely right, except I don't know if you've ever been up to Dearborn, Michigan, but there are places, just like there are in places like Norway, Sweden, and various other European countries where you've got no-go zones, where the police will not touch all these communes. You know, I seem to recall that our forefathers warned us about people who would not assimilate, that they got no business being here. And yet here we are doing the very things that our forefathers warned us of, because why? They're owned by people like Soros, USAID, Open Society, because they don't want any country to have borders. They want a clash of civilizations. There's a reason why countries do have borders, why the United States had become such a melting pot, the land of opportunity. Do you think these idiots want to come here to assimilate? No, of course not. In any case, moving along, we're going to have to address that. Also out of News Punch, UN demands $600 million in taxpayer money to fund the Taliban. The terrorists need our money. So, can you say Marshall Plan 2.0? Because this is exactly what it's shaping up to look like. Just like after World War II, after, the banks just funded both sides of the war. It didn't matter who really won. They still made money, right? Globalists. But at the same time, we're going to see the same thing play out here. We'll leave them $85 billion worth of equipment, spent multiple trillions of dollars over 20 years. And on top of that, we're not in the business of nation building any further. Well, what's the point of the $600 million in taxpayer money, UN? Anyway, it says the United Nations has demanded that Western nations around the world give a whopping $600 million in taxpayer money to help Taliban terrorists in Afghanistan. Not just a free gift, I suppose. And on Monday, the UN launched a high-level donors conference and demanded that member states help fund the terrorist regime to roll out their plan in Afghanistan over the next 3 months. The Taliban has promised that it will use the funds to help vulnerable Afghans, the UN assured potential contributors. Of course, you can trust them. I mean, they only believe in Sharia law and things like the Quran. And, part of jihad is they will willingly lie to you. There's that. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is leading the globalist body's PR drive on behalf of the terrorist regime following Biden's botched withdrawal. I don't think it was botched at all. I think it was always planned that way. And I would not be surprised if somebody like General Milley was probably one of the figureheads not to architect it. At this point, wouldn't put anything past them. Guterres says recent developments have increased the vulnerability of Afghans who have already been facing decades of deprivation and violence. The veteran Portuguese socialist also stressed a severe drought is jeopardizing the upcoming harvest, and hunger has been rising. The UN's World Food Program is to be a major beneficiary of any funds collected during Monday's conference in Geneva, Switzerland. Along with its partners, the UN is seeking $606 million for the next 3 months to help 11 million people, while at the same time working with the Kabul government to deliver an inclusive Islamic regime. So I guess there's no such thing as terrorists now, unless we basically say the UN now partnering with them. Does that make the UN a terrorist organization as well at this point? One to ponder, maybe. As Breitbart News reported last week, Guterres holds out hope for the U.S. and the Taliban working as one. We need respect for human rights, women and girls. Terrorism must have no base in Afghanistan to launch operations in other countries. And the Taliban must cooperate in the struggle against drugs, Guterres said. He said Afghanistan must be governed in peace and stability with the rights of the people respected. Guterres added the Taliban wants recognition, financial support, and sanctions to be abolished as it strives to create an Islamic government. That gives a certain leverage to the international community, he said, adding an economic collapse situation which could create appalling humanitarian consequences must be avoided. Last Thursday, an estimated 200 foreigners, including Americans, left Afghanistan on a Qatar Airways flight out of Kabul with the permission of the Taliban. The first such large-scale departure since U.S. forces left on August 30th. Many thousands of Afghans remain desperate to get out afraid of what Taliban rule might behold. The Taliban have repeatedly said foreigners and Afghans with proper travel documents could leave, but their assurances have been met with skepticism, and many Afghans have been unable to obtain certain paperwork. Interesting. So, yeah, like I said, it's in effect, in my opinion, the equivalent of a Marshall Plan 2.0. And we'll have to see how that fares. It's absolutely insane. Let's just fund everybody. Let's just rip the people off some more, bankrupt the nation, use the cloud pivot tactics to its fullest here. Because that's exactly what they're doing. state of the world we're in today, I guess. And not to be outdone, we head back over to the Middle East for this today out of South Front. Says mysterious explosions reported at Syrian army base west of Damascus. So early on September 15th, a number of loud explosions were reported at a Syrian Arab army base to the west of the Syrian capital, Damascus. The base, which belongs to the 137th Regiment of the Army's 7th Division, is located between the towns of Khan al-Shah and Zakia, some 50 kilometers away from Israel. The explosions were reported by several Syrian sources a few hours only after a series of mysterious airstrikes that targeted the Syrian-Iraqi border line. The U.S.-led coalition denied responsibility for the airstrikes, which took place late on September 14th. 3 trucks and military equipment of the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Units were destroyed in the airstrikes. The explosions heard at the SAA's 137th Regiment base to the west of Damascus may have also been the result of airstrikes. It is possible that Israel was behind the airstrikes on the Syrian-Iraqi borderline, as well as the explosions reported at the 137th Regiment near Damascus. The Israeli military carried out such strikes in the last few years. Israel has been waging a covert military campaign known as the War Between Wars against Iran and its allies in the Middle East for years now. The campaign is meant to hinder Iranian entrenchment in Syria, as well as to prevent the transfer of advanced weapons from Iran to Lebanon through Iraq and Syria. Well, that's kind of interesting. And especially since here in recent days, the $85 billion worth of Humvees and MRAPs and Blackhawks, Chinooks, and all sorts of equipment left behind in Iraq is already showing up in Iran. So what's going to happen if Israel and their campaign ends up going against our own equipment here, that they too have, by the way? Because, just about every year we send them a nice little care package of about $300-400 million and chump change and that we got laying around. Things are starting to heat up in the old Middle East, isn't it? Carrying on. All right, let's talk a little bit about what's going on with the old audits, switching gears. Christina Bobb, audit update. Hearing next Monday for the physical ballots has come out today over on David Harris Media here. Says things are heating up in Georgia, where the possibility of a full forensic audit of Fulton County could be decided next Monday. They did an audit of parts of Fulton County, and they did indeed find abnormalities in the votes. But after Raffensperger requested that they only be given images of the votes, they cannot confirm or deny those abnormalities without seeing the actual ballots. If the judge denies them access to the original votes, the audit is dead. But if he gives them access, a new audit will take place using the original ballots. This could be do or die for the vote in Georgia. The more states that find voter fraud, the more states that will forensic audits. The Maricopa audit is allegedly being released this week, at least the preliminary report. And by all accounts, it will be nothing short of a nuclear blast. People are already talking about decertifying the election. OANN's Christina Bobb gave the following update on Georgia from Arizona as we prepare for the Arizona audit report. And she says, all right, there we go. Summers, thanks for joining us. While Arizona finalizes its election audit report, Georgia and Pennsylvania are busy this week holding hearings of their own. And I got one more article I'll touch on Pennsylvania here momentarily. It says, let's bring in One America's political correspondent, Christina Bobb, who is live in Phoenix with the latest on the election integrity efforts across the country. Good morning, Christina. So, Georgia's election lawsuit has been working its way through the courts. Can we expect to see an audit in Georgia anytime soon? According to Bob, yes. Hey, Alicia, it's great to be with you. Georgia absolutely has been working diligently trying to get an audit in Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is seated. On Monday, September 20th, which is this coming Monday, there's going to be a hearing, and the judge is going to decide whether Fulton County actually has to turn over and when they have to turn over the physical ballots. The case has been going on for quite some time, and the court had already ordered that the ballot images need to be turned over, and the plaintiffs have been able to examine the ballot images. Now, ballot images are when voters scan their ballot through the machine. The machine actually takes an image of the ballot, saves it, and then the ballot scans all the way through. And then they count the votes. So they've already reviewed the scanned images, the ballot images, and they have made some findings. We don't know what they are. They haven't issued the report, but they have examined them. And so they need the physical ballots in order to confirm their findings. And that's the legal procedure, and something that's important to make sure that there's no argument that says, oh, the ballot images were manipulated, or there's something wrong with the images, not the ballots themselves. And so, in order to confirm their findings, they need access to the actual ballots, and that hearing will take place on Monday. So, this has been quite an effort, and it will be very interesting to see when they can complete their analysis by actually obtaining those actual ballots from Fulton County. It says, good luck, Georgia. So, yes, efforts continuing all across the country. I had not heard that there's supposed to be a prelim report, I guess, out of Maricopa County this week. I'll have to scour and look for that article. It says and confirms that, but it's obviously a couple weeks late. Obviously, supposedly the gentleman from the audit outfit, Cyber Ninjas, and that mysteriously came down with the COVID stuff. And so it's kind of put a hamper on things. And of course, we're still waiting on the routers and that as well, as far as I know, which, my opinion, you might as well consider that a lost cause. Proceed if you can without them. Do what you can. And my opinion, decertify it anyway, and then let the indictments fly. Start putting these pricks in jail. Where is Durham? Good question, Bike Life. I'm beginning to think the dude is a myth, frankly. So over to Pennsylvania. Out of Gateway Pundit here today says Pennsylvania Senate Committee votes 7-4 to proceed with investigation of the 2020 election. So yes, not just Arizona, not just Georgia, but also Pennsylvania as well. The Pennsylvania Senate Intergovernment Operations Committee met on Wednesday morning to vote to issue subpoenas in the investigation of the 2020 election. We got a tweet here out of Andrew Seidman, says a Pennsylvania Senate committee is meeting this morning to vote on subpoenas for their 2020 election review. Here's what they want. And let me see if they got a breakout down here of that. Perhaps not. Let's see if I can blow this open and take a read through it quick. So what do they want? Oh, here we go. It says, number 1, any and all communications, emails, letters, notes of call and or meetings or otherwise from the Department of State to any county election director or a member of a county's election board between May 1st, 2020 and May 31st, 2021. Number 2, a copy of each and every version of all directives, guidances, policies, or procedures in effect at any time between August 1st, 2020 and June 30th, 2021, relating to elections, election systems, mail-in ballot applications, ballots, voting, compliance with state or federal election laws, polling places, and or poll watchers. Number 3, all training materials used to train county election workers, poll watchers, judges of election, inspectors, clerks, and all persons who staff voting offices between August 1st, 2020 and May 31st, 2021. Number 4, a complete list containing the name, date of birth, driver's license number, last 4 digits of social security number, address, and date of last voting activity of all registered voters within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as of May 1st, 2021 by county. Number 5, a complete list containing the name, date of birth, driver's license number, last 4 digits of social security number, address, and date of last voting activity of all registered voters within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as of November 1st, 2020 by county. Number 6, a complete list containing much the same. All individuals who voted in person in the November 2020 general election by county. And let's see what else this continues. Number 7, a complete list containing name, date of birth, driver's license, last 4 digits, social, and address of individuals who voted by mail-in ballot in the November 2020 general election by county. Complete list containing name, date of birth, all that good stuff of all individuals who voted by absentee ballot in November 2020 general election by county. Number 9, same thing, all individuals who voted by provisional in the November 2020 general election by county. Number 10, same thing, and individuals who voted in person in the May 2021 primary election by county. Number 11, complete list containing name, date of birth, etc. All individuals who voted by mail and ballot in the May 2021 primary election by county. Number 12, all individuals who voted by absentee ballot in the May 2021 primary election by county. And let's see, is there more to this? Yep, a few more. Number 13, complete list. Individuals who voted by provisional in the May 2021 primary election by county. Number 14, a complete list of all changes to voter records made between May 31st, 2020 and May 31st, 2021. Number 15, a copy of the certified results for each and every race and or ballot question on the 2020 general or 2021 primary elections. Number 16, a copy of all reports of audits and or reviews of the SURE system conducted by or for the Department of State between 2018 and the present, including, but not limited to, any audits conducted under 25 PA-CS 1803 Section A. And number 17, a copy of the annual report submitted to the department in 2021 pursuant to 4 PA Code 183.17. So pretty extensive list, it appears. Let's see whether or not they will get their demands, presumably in a timely fashion. It says Dems continue to stand against any audit or investigation of the stolen 2020 presidential election, and the Dems then blame Republicans for playing politics. Well, the Uniparty, they're both in on it. They're both guilty. Senate Majority Leader Jake Corman is a member of the committee. It is not clear at this point what type of investigation will take place. Trump attorney Jenna Ellis is not impressed. Says, hey, Jake Corman, if you're not even going to look at the ballots, what's the point of these subpoenas? Pretending you're actually doing something while stalling Pennsylvania election integrity? That's par for the course for you. You're a hack. Well, I guess there you have it. So apparently the 17-point subpoena, well, get us the ballots. What good is all that stuff, right? She's probably absolutely right. It says the committee voted 7-4 this morning to proceed with the subpoenas. Subpoenas were reported first at the War Room with Steve Bannon. And of course, there's the list and that I already covered. Let's see. So, yeah, in essence, I guess we'll chalk that under the TBD in regards to election integrity and any sort of true audits, similar to what Arizona did and perhaps what Georgia is currently going down with in Fulton County. All right, well, switching gears out of that, we knew this was going to come after Texas passed their abortion bill. But out of just the news here today, we get Justice Department asking federal judge to halt enforcement of Texas abortion law. You know, it seems to me the federal government has a severe problem with states having the ability to do things on their own and not being shepherded and handheld and nannied into what they should or shouldn't do. But I guess it's probably par for the course when the government doesn't care about a constitution and that little thing called the 10th Amendment. You know, when the federal government doesn't have the authority to do the things that's reserved to the states. Oh, and by the way, if the states don't have the authority, then all the rest of the stuff belongs to you and I, we the people. The brief, filed late Tuesday, follows a suit brought by the Biden administration last week. So the Justice Department late Tuesday asked a federal judge to issue a temporary restraining order to halt the enforcement of the Texas law that bans most abortions following the 6-week point of the pregnancy. Why are they so concerned? I mean, they got 49 other states to play with. Why do they got to single out Texas? Why so scared? The United States has the authority to seek redress from this court against the state of Texas, particularly in light of the procedural obstacles that Texas erected to shield SB 8 from judicial scrutiny in suits by directly affected persons, the department argues in its request. Justice attorneys also said the law has, quote, gravely and irreparably impaired women's ability to exercise their constitutional right to an abortion in the state of Texas. Who here has a copy of either the U.S. Constitution or the Texas Constitution as ratified when Texas joined the Union? The first one to find where anywhere in either of those documents it says it is a right to abort a child, well, I'll give you $5. Here's a hint. You're not going to find it. Under the law, abortion is barred once a fetal heartbeat is detected, which sometimes occurs before the woman knows she is pregnant. The law provides no exemptions for rape or incest, but does carve out an exception if the life of the mother is at stake. The brief follows a suit that the Biden administration filed against Texas last week, asserting that the law was established in Texas in open defiance of the Constitution. I'm not sure what the hell Constitution they're referring to, or if they've even read it for that matter. But please show me where. Attorneys at Justice are attempting to stall the enforcement of the law as the legal challenge makes its way through the courts, which could happen relatively quickly. The Texas law, which could end up in the Supreme Court's docket, arrives as the High Court is scheduled sometime in fall or winter to take up a Mississippi abortion case that is meant to serve as a direct challenge to Roe versus Wade. A recent 5-4 Supreme Court decision allowed the Texas law to remain in effect. So there you have it. I wonder, did they provide the actual filing there? Nope, guess not. So again, it is further proof of the ineptocracy, the kleptocracy, the aristocracy, the illegitimacy, all of these C's of this particular regime posing as a government at this point. They're all a bunch of hacks. They're just yes men for the globalists, the Davos elite. They don't care about that. What they do care about is shutting down our rat lines and having aborted fetal cells for their higher ups and that they serve out of big pharma and everybody else to inject into vaccines and things of that nature, don't they? In any case, moving along, Texas still in the news in this regard here. Big Tech pushes back on Texas social media free speech law. This out of Reclaim the Net here today. So social media platforms want to moderate as they see fit. Section 230 be damned, huh? Says if you're tired of censorship, cancel culture, and the erosion of civil liberties, subscribe to Reclaim the Net. There you go, a little advertising. Big tech platforms, including YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, plan to fight back against Texas' newly passed law that prohibits censorship based on political views. The platforms managed to halt the enforcement of a similar law in Florida. On Thursday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed a law banning social media companies from censoring Texans based on political views. In a press conference, the governor said there was a dangerous movement by some social media companies to silence conservative ideas and values. I guess I'll pause there and say, yeah, if you think back to what Florida did, part of the reason Florida did what they did is because of somebody like Laura Loomer, who has been banned off of everything. She has been basically unpersoned digitally. Can't even get an Uber ride or get a Deliveroo or whatever services we have for delivering food to your front door. Probably can't even bank for that matter. I mean, hell, we just saw JP Morgan Chase just do that to General Flynn. All because of your viewpoint. Wrong think, right? And by the way, Australia also went down this path as well and was willing to start telling the big tech companies, hey, you're going to pay every time, pay fines. I don't remember. I think they backed off of it, but nonetheless, I think the intent and pattern is very similar here. Says this is wrong and we will not allow it in Texas, Abbott added. Trade groups representing big tech platforms have said they will challenge the law in court like they did a similar law in Florida. Federal judge blocked the state of Florida from enforcing the law. The same outcome will almost certainly occur in Texas, and Steve Del Bianco, the president of NetChoice, a technology trade group, moderation of user posts is crucial to keeping the internet safe for Texas families. But this bill would put the Texas government in charge of content policies, Del Bianco added. Oh, there it is in black and white. It's about keeping people safe because the tech oligarchs know better, don't they? Yeah, I suppose we all signed on that dotted line. Protect us from ourselves, right? Jack, right? Zucky, right? Peach-Eye. Under the new law, Texans would be able to sue social media companies if they feel they were unfairly censored. The state attorneys general could also sue companies on the behalf of residents. The social media companies might argue that the law violates their First Amendment, that they have a right to moderate the content they deem harmful. Now, wait a minute. If that's the case, doesn't that make them a publisher? See, they keep crossing and blurring this line that Section 230 affords them, right? You can't simultaneously be both a utility and at the same time act as a publisher trying to moderate content. That is what they want to try and do. And oh, by the way, well, you say you don't have a choice. Well, we saw what happened to people like Parler, whether you like Parler or not. They'll just delist you, blackball you. And if you built that on any of their platforms, well, they'll just get a hold of somebody via corporate board over to Amazon Web Services or whatever, and poof, you'll be digitally gone, right? Except Gab. Gab has managed to do their deeds outside of big tech, thankfully. Says while debating the law, Democrat state legislators warned that the new law would prevent platforms from removing harmful content. The amendments they proposed to stop that from happening were voted out by Republicans. Forcing social media platforms to stop moderating content, whether it's misinformation or hate speech, is going to have real-world consequences, said Adam Kovacevic, CEO of Chamber of Progress, a tech industry coalition that includes Facebook and Google. What's said online doesn't just stay online, it spills over into the people's lives and impacts our health, our democracy, and our communities, Kovacevic added in a statement to USA Today. Others have praised the passage of the law. Texas' new law, House Bill 20, is a paramount move taken by Lone Star legislators to protect the free speech rights of their constituents, said Samantha Fillmore, state government relations manager for conservative think tank the Heartland Institute. There is no question that big tech is integral to free speech in today's day and age, she said. Because of this, big tech can no longer unilaterally decide who can say what without being held accountable. The move by the Texas legislature might inspire other states to pass similar laws. And of course, this move by Texas, a heavy hitter in national politics, is likely to inspire other states to take such measures to show their citizens that America is and will continue to be a place for free thought, speech, and expression, Fillmore said. That's just a reaffirmation of our First Amendment rights. And I find it laughable. Where did it say this? Go back up here. Misinformation, baiting, harmful. Oh, yeah. Social media companies might argue that the law violates their First Amendment, that they have a right to moderate the content they deem harmful. Well, there's a little problem with that, think. Yes, we have a legal system, but it is not lawful by any means. The Constitution was meant for living, breathing souls, not dead entities like corporations. And it is only because of legal ease and legal systems that they try to blur the lines between us and corporations. If you remember right, corporations basically have the equivalent of what is known as personhood. Because, well, a corporation, they got to have a voice too, right? You know, when they can sway elections through PACs and everything else and circumvent, election laws and things of that nature for donors and everything else. So they had to create an avenue to try and level the playing field between you and I, the living, breathing soul, versus that dead entity that has no life, has no soul, person versus personhood. Equal, not equal. Not equal under the law, never will be equal under the law. So I find it laughable that they say that, oh, Facebook has a voice or Google has a voice. No, they don't. You take away all the people, you're left with nothing. Anyway, rant over on that one. Oh, let's see. Inflation fear sinks in on Twitter users after consumer price index rises yet again. Some financial news out of Sarah Carter here today. It says the U.S. Consumer Price Index for August dropped Tuesday, and it immediately caused a stir. Prices for all items went up an average of 0.3% that month alone. This is a slight decrease from July, which saw an increase of 0.5%. First, producer prices rose 0.7% in August, which was less than the 1% increase a month before. Economists were anticipating a 0.6% gain. Yet it was still the fastest annual pace on record for the fifth consecutive month, and as a result, inflation began trending on Twitter Tuesday, with over 300,000 tweets at the time of this report. I think people are starting to finally pay attention to the fact that their wallets are getting hit by shrinkflation. You know, that part where you go to the store to buy that 50-pack of toilet paper only to find out that each roll is missing about 30 or 40 sheets. Your dollar doesn't quite stretch as far these days, does it? Deputy spokesman for the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Chad Gilmartin, called more attention to the CPI. In a tweet Tuesday, he blamed Biden and his economic plan. What economic plan? Print till the cows come home? Americans are paying, literally, for Biden's failed leadership. Hashtag inflation. And now Dems want to spend $3.5 trillion on a liberal wish list. Price increases over the last year, per the CPI report. Gasoline up 42.7%. Used cars up 31.9%. Gas utilities up 21%. New cars up 7.6%. Overall CPI up 5.3%. Electricity up 5.2%. Food away from home up 4.7%. Transportation up 4.6%. Apparel up 4.2%. Food at home 3% rise. Shelter 2.8% rise, and medical care services up 1%. Of course, we know why that's happening, especially when the Fed was given the green light better than a year ago to start printing off $120 billion a month and free money. $80 billion worth of treasuries, $40 billion worth of mortgage-backed securities gobbled up by the Fed every single month since January last year. And with every dollar that goes into circulation, it devalues the one that you have in your pocket. Americans are paying, literally, for Biden's failed leadership, Gilmartin tweeted. And now Dems want to spend $3.5 trillion on a liberal wish list. Inflation is a tax on every American. Stealth tax, yes it is. Rep. Elise Stefanik jumped on the trend. Inflation is a tax on every American, she said. A Twitter account Twitter account behind Pump Investments took the report as an opportunity to advertise its services. The most vulnerable in society are being crushed by rising costs while asset owners get richer, the tweet read. Don't complain about it. Start investing. Or, I suppose, if you're AOC, you go to some pomp and circumstance, lavish for the rich people shindig while sporting your dress that says tax the rich. Oh, how novel of you, AOC. Inflation numbers for August are out. CPI up 5.3%. Core inflation at 4%. Most vulnerable in society being crushed. Yep. This is over the past year. CPI increased 5.3% overall since the last 12 months. However, some items increasing by much more. For instance, gas up 42.7, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, and it's not even just used cars, by the way. Even wrecked cars, ones that are totaled by your insurance, there's a demand for those, and even the price of those is up. It's insanity. And of course, you've heard me talk here about lumber prices and what happened there on the front half of the year. Luckily, I think you can now get a sheet of plywood at least for under $50 again. I'm not so sure about 2x4 studs. I haven't checked that in a little while. But yeah, spending $10 a stud, nah, not anybody's cup of tea, and obviously would certainly affect any sort of home building as well. So let's see here. We are at the top of the hour here. In this next hour here, I got an assortment of articles. We're probably going to hammer home the stuff going on around the Rona, of course, and some of the shenanigans going on there, the lively debate back and forth, and all the shenanigans going on worldwide. And I don't see Daddy Dragon here, so I guess I will just continue to power through here. Citizen Free Press had this today. This is absolutely disgusting. American Airlines. So we've seen this before. Apparently, it's still continuing. Jack Hadfield says a mother has alleged that an American Airlines flight attendant kicked her and her son off of a flight because a 2-year-old could not wear a mask properly during an asthma attack. This is what society has now devolved into, right? Why are we still flying? Why are we still sending dollars over to these corporations at this point? Let's bankrupt their asses, shall we? Put them out of business. We're done with them. Done with the BS. All of it. Anyway, by chance you do still fly American Airlines, you can use their customer service number there at 800-843-6200. Give them a call. American Airlines turned around flight AA 1284 yesterday and kicked off a 2-year-old asthmatic boy along with his mother and grandmother, Amanda Pendarvis, and her son, Waylon. And here's another vid here. Maybe it's not going to play. I don't know. This is probably the best example of our little sweetheart maniac world high. All right. Hello, maybe we get flight attendant fired from American Air today. My sweet friend's 2-year-old son was having an asthma attack and wouldn't keep mask on because he couldn't breathe. And they turned planes around and had police waiting to escort them off. A 2-year-old. Yep, that's what it's come down to. I was not refusing a mask, nor did I even say I wouldn't try to keep a mask on my son. We were escorted off the plane as I was holding a mask over his little face. I genuinely don't have words. Me neither. Sick. People are sick. In any case, carrying on. Out of Fierce Pharma here today, we get amid COVID's latest surge, Regeneron and Eli Lilly score antibody supply deals with the U.S. So that is going on. It says we find out that during a call with analysts last month, Regeneron said it didn't expect to record additional sales of its COVID-19 antibodies to the United States this year. But less than 7 weeks later, the COVID landscape has shifted. With infections back on the rise because of the Delta variant, there's a renewed need for treatments. Treatments, jabs, Mu. Haven't heard much about Mu as of late. I thought Delta pretty well wound down. They got out of that narrative what they needed to. And on Tuesday night, Regeneron revealed a deal to provide $1.4 million additional doses of its COVID-19 antibody cocktail, RegenCov, to the U.S. Hours later, Eli Lilly said that it will supply America with 388,000 additional doses of its antibody therapy. The deals are worth nearly $3 billion and $330 million, respectively. But wait, didn't they tell us all this stuff is free? So how are they making all this money? Oh, the government pays for it and they just turn around and give it to you? Well, wait a minute. How does that work? Do you think there aren't any strings attached? Oh, that's right. FDA and CDC probably have former Eli Lilly and various big pharma folks in their offices. So, it's just one of those you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and everybody's happy, right? Isn't that how that works? A little collusion between government and corporations called socialism. Regeneron said it expects to deliver most of the additional doses to the U.S. this year, completing the supply by the end of January of 2022. The company's marketing partner for the drug outside the U.S., Roche, will assist in manufacturing the antibodies, producing roughly a third of the supply, Regeneron said. With a price tag of $2,100 per dose, the deal will provide a windfall of $2.94 billion to the company for a treatment that the U.S. provides to patients for free. There it is, right there, black and white. The deal brings the total supply of RegenCov to the U.S. to nearly 3 million doses, following agreements made in July 2020 and January 2021. In the second quarter, Regeneron reported antibody sales of $2.59 billion, which exceeded the company's entire revenue figure of the previous quarter, $2.53 billion. The antibody combo, which includes casirivimab and imdevimab, boy oh boy, they really ought to come up with better names, is authorized in infected patients to reduce the risk of hospitalization or death and for post-exposure prophylaxis. Uptake of RegenCov has been sparked by the company receiving authorization for it to be administered at a lower dose and by injection. Those FDA nods came in early June. More than a year and a half into this pandemic, too many people are still being hospitalized and dying due to COVID-19. Really? Where are the figures to back that assertion? I question that. Regeneron CEO Len Schleifer said in a statement, recently, there has been greater demand for RegenCov and we'll provide additional doses to the U.S. government as quickly as possible. For its part, Lilly said it expects to provide 200,000 doses of etesevimab in the third quarter, with the remaining 188,000 to be delivered by the end of this year. The antibody combines with Lilly's bamlanivimab, which the government previously purchased as a solo COVID treatment. The FDA revoked Lilly's authorization of the antibody combo in late June because of its ineffectiveness against coronavirus variants. But earlier this month, the regulator cleared it for use nationwide, saying it can take on the dominant Delta variant. So there you have it. Both Lilly and Regeneron, Annette, putting their concoctions out there and reaping the rewards as well. Still out of Fierce Pharma here today in regards to other drug prices. If you remember right, under DJT, he was a major pusher to try and get drug prices down, as well as the right to try. And of course, after DJT was out of the way, everything started going back up. So now, to lower prices, Senate leaders, FDA chief urge U.S. patent officials to rethink intellectual property on drugs. Interesting. It's come out yesterday. Says the Senate and the FDA are appealing to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to examine how it can limit the ability of pharmaceutical companies to leverage patent strategies to extend their drug monopolies. In separate letters last week to the U.S. Patent Office, FDA Acting Commissioner Janet Woodcock, and Senators Pat Leahy and Tom Tillis of the Senate Judiciary Intellectual Property Subcommittee provided suggestions on how the organization can better screen patent applications. The letters are in response to President Joe Biden's executive order in July that called on federal agencies to establish policies to promote increased competition in the U.S. economy. One of the order's objectives was to lower prescription drug prices by increasing generic and biosimilar competition. This is in the decades-long drug pricing debate, which has intensified this month with Biden's push and budget reconciliation talks in Congress. The patenting process has come under increased scrutiny. In order to extend exclusivity of their drugs, companies secure a multitude of patents covering often insignificant adjustments of their treatments, blocking competition or dissuading competitors from undergoing lengthy and costly litigation to challenge them. In her letter to the U.S. Patent Office, Woodcock cited a study that showed that 78% of the new patents issued between 2005 and 2015 were for existing drug products, as opposed to new drugs entering the market. The most notorious example of erecting a patent wall to stave off competition is that of AbbVie, protecting the exclusivity of its cash cow, Humira, by applying for more than 245 patents, 89% of which were submitted after the drug was initially approved. The extended monopoly will cost American payers and taxpayers $14.4 billion over Humira's final 4 years of exclusivity, said IMAC, which evaluates the effects of patenting strategies by biopharmaceutical companies. AbbVie is following the same tactic with another of its blockbuster, Imbruvica. The company has filed for 165 patents for the cancer treatment, extending the exclusivity of the cancer treatment for more than 9 years. Woodcock added that stakeholders have questioned whether some of these patenting practices encourage innovation that is meaningful for patients. Woodcock also cited the practice of product hopping, which forces patients to switch to new formulations of a newly patented drug that has little or no therapeutic difference. The tactic is used before generic competition or before the original drug enters the market. Studies show patents are less likely to switch from a new drug to a generic regardless of cost. We would be interested in learning the United States Patent Office's perspective on these practices and whether it is considering means of limiting such practices, Woodcock wrote. Woodcock offered suggestions to help increase drug competition, including more engagement between the FDA and the U.S. Patent Office to facilitate greater awareness and efficiency. Oh, yeah, right. Government efficient? Since when? Here, let's add some more red tape. She also asks whether increasing resources and time for examiners to evaluate cases would, quote, help ensure the right balance of rewarding innovation and facilitating competition, end quote. In their letter to the U.S. Patent Office's acting director, Andrew Hirschfeld, Leahy and Tillis wrote that patent applicants often make conflicting statements on their products to other federal agencies. The senators asked the U.S. Patent Office to consider requiring applicants to disclose those statements. So there you have it, I guess, in a bit of a nutshell as to what is going on with prescription drugs. It appears that they are trying, albeit, I don't know. I'll await my judgment, I guess, as to where this leads and whether or not it's going to be effective or not. But that being said, it does show that folks like AbbVie having 245 patents come out since their drug was introduced does seem a bit ridiculous. And all that to obviously thwart competition, prevent others from, gaining an advantage, and of course, in effect, creating a little monopoly for yourself via the patent office, right? In effect, that's what they've done. Let's see here. Moving along. Let's get into this guy out of Great Game India here. Good site. If you don't have it in your stack of regulars to go to, I'd recommend getting greatgameindia.com out there to take a peek at. It says how a pandemic was created on the myth of COVID hospitalizations, new study shows. Didn't we just find out one of the docs were saying, this pandemic and hospitalizations and deaths and this and that and the other? Well, that hasn't exactly been the case in the data with the Delta variant now, has it? According to a new nationwide study, almost half of those hospitalized with COVID-19 have mild or asymptomatic cases. The study shows how a pandemic was created on the myth of COVID hospitalizations. Seems like we've been down this path before, haven't we? From the start, COVID hospitalizations have served as a vital metric for tracking the risks posed by the disease. And last winter, the Atlantic magazine described it as the most reliable pandemic number, while Vox quoted the cardiologist Eric Topol as saying that it's the best indicator of where we are. And I find it rather interesting that it's the Atlantic that points us out as well. It says, on the one hand, death counts offer finality, but they're a lagging signal and don't account for people who suffered from significant illness but survived. Case counts, on the other hand, depend on which and how many people happen to get tested. Presumably, hospitalization numbers provide a more stable and reliable gauge of the pandemic's true toll in terms of severe disease. But a new nationwide study of hospitalization records released as a preprint suggests that the meaning of this gauge can easily be misinterpreted and that it has been shifting over time. You don't say. I mean, they wouldn't push these numbers out to the media, would they? And try and, throw out additional fear by hyping some stuff now, would they? They wouldn't do that. Says David Zweig, a New York-based writer and author of the nonfiction book Invisibles and the novel Swimming Inside the Sun, explains the implications of the study in his article titled Our Most Reliable Pandemic Number is Losing Meaning, published in The Atlantic. And if you want to make sense of the number of COVID hospitalizations at any given time, you need to know how sick each patient actually is. And until now, that's been almost impossible to suss out. The federal government requires hospitals to report every patient who tests positive for COVID. Yet the overall tallies of COVID hospitalizations made available on various state and federal dashboards and widely reported on by the media do not differentiate based on severity of illness. Well, imagine my shock. I mean, if you take away a whole bunch of other things that have nothing to do with COVID, then I'm guessing it probably doesn't look so bad. So if that's the case, fellow co-anchor over here, what are we going to talk about? Some patients need extensive medical intervention, such as getting intubated. Others require supplemental oxygen or administration of the steroid dexamethasone. But there are many COVID patients in the hospital with fairly mild symptoms too, who have been admitted for further observation on account of their comorbidities, or because they reported feeling short of breath. Another portion of the patients in this tally are in the hospital for something unrelated to COVID and discovered that they were infected only because they were tested upon admission. Can't tell you how many articles have come across with that being the case. Started in the UK with cases like that. But they'll just lump sum it and drive the fear through the media anyway, won't they? This is how many patients fall into each category has been a topic of much speculation. In August, researchers from Harvard Medical School, Tufts Medical Center, and the Veteran Affairs healthcare system decided to find out. Researchers have tried to get at similar questions before. For two separate studies published in May, doctors in California read through several hundred charts of pediatric patients, one by one, to figure out why exactly each COVID-positive child had been admitted to the hospital. We ain't got time for that. I mean, we got news to report. We got an agenda to follow here, right? Did they need treatment for COVID? Or was there some other reason for admission, like cancer treatment or a psychiatric episode, and the COVID diagnosis was merely incidental? According to the researchers, 40 to 45% of the hospitalizations that they examined were for patients in the latter group. 40 to 45%. The authors of the paper out this week took a different tack to answer a similar question, this time for adults. Instead of meticulously looking at why a few hundred patients were admitted to a pair of hospitals, they analyzed the electronic records for nearly 50,000 COVID hospital admissions at the more than 100 VA hospitals across the country. Then they checked to see whether each patient required supplemental oxygen or had a blood oxygen level below 94%. The latter criterion is based on the National Institute of Health's definition of, quote, severe COVID. If either of these conditions was met, the authors classified that the patient as having moderate to severe disease. Otherwise, the case was considered mild or asymptomatic. The study found that from March 2020 through early January 2021, before vaccination was widespread and before the Delta variant had arrived, the proportion of patients with mild or asymptomatic disease was 36%. From mid-January through the end of January 2021, however, that number rose to 48%. In other words, the study suggests that roughly half of all the hospitalized patients showing up on COVID data dashboards in 2021 may have been admitted for another reason entirely, or had only a mild presentation of disease. This increase was even bigger for vaccinated hospital patients, of whom 57% had mild or asymptomatic disease. According to Shira Duran, an infectious disease physician and hospital epidemiologist at Tufts Medical Center in Boston, and one of the study's co-authors, the latter finding may be explained by the fact that unvaccinated patients in the vaccine era tend to be a younger cohort who are less vulnerable to COVID and may be more likely to have been infected in the past. The idea behind the study and what it investigates is important, says Graham Snyder, the medical director of infection prevention and hospital epidemiology at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, though he told me that it would benefit from a little more detail and nuance beyond oxygenation status. But Daniel Griffin, an infectious disease specialist at Columbia University, told me that using other metrics for severity of illness, such as intensive care admissions, presents different limitations. For one thing, different hospitals use different criteria for admitting patients to the ICU. The study suggests that COVID hospitalization tallies can't be taken as a simple measure of the prevalence of severe or even moderate disease, because they might inflate the true number by a factor of 2. Meanwhile, according to leaked NHS data, more than half of those hospitalized with COVID-19 in the UK only tested positive after admission to the hospital. So in other words, they were there for a broken leg or fractured elbow or fell and bumped their head. Oh, well, we got to test you because that's our new protocol. Oh, and by the way, you got COVID, so now you're a COVID admission. Go jack the numbers up, hype it up through the media. See how that works? On the other hand, you aren't legally allowed to know which variant gave you COVID-19, even if it's Delta. No test exists for any variant of COVID, and no laboratory anywhere is planning to make one. So why do they keep pushing all these variants? If we know they can't test for it, why not just call it COVID? Why not just call it what it really is, the flu? Severe case of flu, probably get some level of pneumonia with it. Let's be done with all this nonsense. Open up the books at your local health departments and let's find out where the flu statistics went. It's an open COVID-19 variant fraud and why they won't tell you which variant you are infected with. Of course. And here's a study out of Research Square. The COVID-19 hospitalization metric in the pre- and post-vaccination eras is a measure of pandemic severity, a retrospective nationwide cohort study. And there you see all the various authors, Boston Healthcare System, primarily looks like they're DOI.org, 10/21/203, et cetera, there. So, interesting. And I think it's along the lines of what many of us probably already believed, that they're tampering with the numbers. And just like everything else, statistics, you can cherry pick what you want, make it look as good as you want or as bad as you want. Kind of like what they've done with climate change, right? Same thing. Continuing on, How Humans Are Free, the story of the decade. Is this mass murder by media and government? Think about that for a second in the article I just got done covering here. The data is overwhelming. There is no medication that has been proven to be more effective than ivermectin for the treatment of SARS-CoV-19 and can save 60,000 lives per week. Dr. Paul Merrick, in his words. New York best-selling author Michael Capuzzo recently wrote a comprehensive article entitled The Drug That Cracked COVID. And I think I covered that several months back, if I recall, when it first came out. See, I don't know, what's that been? 6 months ago now, at least, it seems? A while ago. It is a story of Capuzzo's mother, road to recovery, and it says it all. She was on death's door when the hospitals refused to treat her with ivermectin. Capuzzo's family, desperate to save Judy, Capuzzo's 80-year-old mom, took the fight to the courts and won. But the hospital refused to comply with the court order. However, in her final hours, the family finally managed to get Judy treatment with ivermectin, allowing her to make a miraculous recovery. Much of Capuzzo's article focuses on Dr. Paul Merrick, Meduri, Veron, Iglesias, and Corey, 4 brilliant immigrants from South Africa, Italy, Mexico, Cuba, and 1 brash New Yorker. Merrick, the legendary professor with a South African accent, is the second most published critical care doctor in the history of medicine, with more than 500 peer-reviewed papers and books, 43,000 scholarly citations of his work, and a research H rating higher than many Nobel Prize winners. I'm sure YouTube has deleted most of his videos for violating their community guidelines. They deleted Dr. Corey's U.S. Senate committee appearance. As Capuzzo writes, Merrick is world famous as the creator of the Merrick cocktail, a revolutionary cocktail of cheap, safe, generic, FDA-approved drugs that dramatically reduces death rates from sepsis by 20 to 50% anywhere in the world. Corey, Merrick et al. Published the first comprehensive COVID-19 prevention and early treatment protocol, which they would eventually call IMASK. It is centered around the drug ivermectin, which President Trump used at Walter Reed Hospital, unreported by the press, though it may well have saved the president's life, while he was instead touting new big pharma drugs. I had suspected Trump might have been given ivermectin, but for all sorts of reasons, the word ivermectin is verboten. Gumshoe contributors wrote to the health minister in Victoria to no avail, as the government is reluctant to accept anything but a vaccine solution. Health officials favor the experimental jab, that, by the way, failed in animal trials, over a drug that had been prescribed over 4 billion times safely. Dr. Lee Merritt in animal studies, after being injected with mRNA technology, all animals died upon reinfection. Yep. So here it is. I won't read it, but you guys can see that there. 56 trials, 469 scientists, 18,447 patents, 28 randomized controlled trials. And there you see the results. So summary results reported in ivermectin trials for COVID-19 as of May 19, 2021. And you can obviously find that there. The miracle denied. There have now been 56 trials and statistics across the world that reveal the true effectiveness of the drug. But nothing appears in the mainstream, except on Sky News. And by the way, they were promptly banned off social media for, medical misinformation. Fight still ensues in that regard. Says, I don't know of a bigger story in the world right now than ivermectin. From here, I quote extracts from the article in Zero Hedge by Tyler Durden. Again, this dates back earlier part of the year when I recall reading this. Probably have it in the old archives. But his article chronicles the gargantuan struggle being waged by frontline doctors on all continents to get ivermectin approved as a COVID-19 treatment, as well as the tireless efforts by reporters, media outlets, and social media companies to thwart them. Because of ivermectin, Capuzzo says there are hundreds of thousands of, actually millions of people around the world, from Uttar Pradesh in India to Peru to Brazil, who are living and not dying. Yet media outlets have done all they can to quote-unquote debunk the notion that ivermectin may serve as an effective, easily accessible, and affordable treatment for COVID-19. They have parroted the arguments laid out by health regulators around the world that there just isn't enough evidence to justify its use. And of course, if they don't do that, then, well, they'll use cases like, Joe Rogan whips together a cocktail of stuff, which included this, by the way. In 72 hours, lickety-split, he's back on his way. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Rolling Stone, we need to whip up a piece here. Oh, okay. What do you want me to write? Tell them something about this stuff being like horse paste and that people aren't horses. Oh, okay. Let's put that out there. Oh, got that out there? Hey, Rachel Maddow, you think you can push us on MSDNC? Yeah, certainly. To my whopping audience of 12. Perfect. Do it anyway. Oh, and by the way, let's leverage this doctor over here who hasn't been in a hospital in over 2 months and whip up some story about, people ODing on horse paste. How about that? Can you do that? Perfect. And so that's how they ran with it, isn't it? Even though the stuff has been out long before use on animals. Anyway, for his part, Capuzzo, as a reporter, saw with his own eyes the other side of the story that has gone unreported, of the many patients in the U.S. whose lives have been saved by ivermectin, and of 5 of the doctors that have led the battle to save lives around the world: Paul Merrick, Umberto Meduri, Jose Iglesias, Pierre Corey, and Joe Veron. These are all highly decorated doctors. Through their leadership of the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, they have already enhanced our treatment of COVID-19 by discovering and promoting the use of corticoid steroids against the virus. But their calls for ivermectin to also be used have met with a wall of resistance from healthcare regulators and a wall of silence from media outlets. Anyone care to guess why? Who owns the media? Or should I say, who pays the large portion of their advertising spots? And who do you think buys off politicians? Gives to Dems, Republicans alike, doesn't matter. Do you think that they were going to make money for something that's been around? And I just got done talking about patents that, their patents have been exhausted, but yet it's still effective. When in fact, hey, government says, I'm going to give you a few $1 billion to develop this jab. I have no idea whether or not it's going to work, but whip it up anyway. See what you can do. Oh, guaranteed money. That's like taking candy from a baby. Perfect. We'll do it. So they do. And then you get the sweetheart deal, like what we read about Eli Lilly and others there previously. Great cash cow. Great revolving door between the CDC, FDA, Big Pharma. Same thing between Big Ag, USDA, everybody else. It's a big club, folks. You aren't in it. But unfortunately, most reporters are not interested in telling the other side of the story. Even if they were, their publishers would probably refuse to publish it. It's the same story we heard with Megyn Kelly over at Fox, before she left. Roger Ailes, same story. Sure, we can, but the problem is we'd be bankrupt. Roger Ailes admitted at the time 70% of the revenue came from Big Pharma. So anything that goes against the grain with them, well, you might as well kiss your network goodbye. And that may explain why Capuzzo, a 6-time Pulitzer-nominated journalist, best known for his New York Times best-selling nonfiction books Close to Shore and Murder Room, ended up publishing his article on ivermectin in Mountain Home, a monthly local magazine for the Pennsylvania mountains and New York Finger Lakes region, of which Capuzzo's wife is the editor. Yeah, I remember that. I have the print of that. I remember the cover now. And of course, there was the total news blackout. But nonetheless, I think you get the idea behind this, kind of repeating news of old. It's his testimony of the beneficialness, I guess, of ivermectin. And it's real simple to see, folks. You know this. I know this. Why they're doing what they're doing. Same thing that we heard the argument for with HCQ, Querston, all these things. See, they think that they're smarter than you. You can't take care of yourself. That for some reason, you don't have the innate ability to figure out nutrition, things to help your immune system, your gut health, which is 75 to 80% of your health right there. How to improve that. So because of that, they got to mandate a jab for you because they know better. And they want to own you. In any case, moving along. Trust the science, the evidence for ivermectin and COVID-19. Latest peer-reviewed research, immediate global ivermectin use will end COVID-19 pandemic. We can't have that now, can we? I mean, they got to keep this thing rolling, buddy. I mean, they get so much leverage out of this, so many different agendas at play that they can advance. Never let a good crisis go to waste. See? Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, peer-reviewed by medical experts that included 3 U.S. government senior scientists and published in the American Journal of Therapeutics. The research is the most comprehensive review of the available data taken from clinical, in vitro, animal, and real-world studies, led by the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. A group of medical and scientific experts reviewed, published peer-reviewed studies, manuscripts, expert meta-analyses, and epidemiological analyses of regions with ivermectin distribution efforts, all showing that ivermectin is an effective prophylaxis and treatment for COVID-19. And here's a little vid to that effect as well. It says, we did the work that the medical authorities failed to do. We conducted the most comprehensive review of the available data on ivermectin, said Pierre Corey, President and Chief Medical Officer of the FLCCC. We applied the gold standard to qualify the data reviewed before concluding that ivermectin can end this pandemic. Question is do they want to? The focus of the manuscript was on the 27 controlled trials available in January 2021, 15 of which were randomized controlled trials. The preferred trial, the World Health Organization, U.S. National Institute of Health, and the European Medicines Agency. Consistent with numerous meta-analyses of ivermectin, RCT, since published by expert panels from the UK, Italy, Spain, and Japan, they found large, statistically significant reduction in mortality, time to recovery, and viral clearance in COVID-19 patients treated with ivermectin. To evaluate the efficacy of ivermectin in preventing COVID-19, 3 RCTs and 5 observational controlled trials, including almost 2,500 patients, all reported that ivermectin significantly reduces the risk of contracting COVID-19 when used regularly. Many regions around the world now recognize that ivermectin is a powerful prophylaxis and treatment for COVID-19. South Africa, Zimbabwe, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Mexico, and now India have approved the drug for use by medical professionals. The results, as seen in this latest study, demonstrate that ivermectin distribution campaigns repeatedly led to, quote, rapid population-wide decreases in morbidity and mortality. No surprise there, right? Our latest research shows once again that when the totality of the evidence is examined, there is no doubt that ivermectin is highly effective as a safe prophylaxis and treatment for COVID-19, said Paul E. Merrick, founding member of the FLCCC and chief pulmonary and critical care medicine at Eastern Virginia Medical School. We can no longer rely on many of the larger health authorities to make an honest examination of the medical and scientific evidence. So we are calling on regional public health authorities and medical professionals around the world to demand that ivermectin be included in their standard of care right away so we can end this pandemic once and for all. Absolutely. And I guess to that end, we just saw this case up around Chicago here. We know that Lynn Wood, I believe, made a call to the administration of said hospital. The gal in question in that was castigated by the Sun-Times Chicago rag sheet about being a QAnon supporter and going against ivermectin based on the false narrative and that they tried to push after the Rogan Rolling Stone garbage. And basically, Veronica had somebody that was appointed power of attorney over health issues. They wouldn't give her something like ivermectin. And she passed away in the wee hours here a couple nights ago because it went against the protocols of what the hospital had. And I mean, it's only been, 2 weeks ago? We saw that a judge in Ohio gave a court order to a hospital to use ivermectin in somebody's case, only to find out within about 24 hours, for whatever reason, that particular case had a short date on that order, whatever, they rescinded the order. Didn't hear the results of that, but nonetheless, that's what it's coming down to. Court orders. Because it violates the protocols. They want you on those ventilators. They want to intubate you. They want to pipe you full of a bunch of crap that is not to your benefit. The question is, why? In any case, carrying on, out of the Montana Daily Gazette here, we get this. Montana Nurses Association torches state for promoting junk science and no school mask mandate. The Montana Nurse Association slammed the state's Department of Public Health and Human Services over their August 31st emergency rule that suggested the efficacy of masking was inconclusive and left masking children up to the parents' individual decision rather than a hard rule imposed by the government. Calling it junk science, the association attacked the decision in an open letter, complaining that it has no teeth to it. containing no shall, must, will decrees, but rather a series of suggestions of best practices. The M&A frustratingly surmises that it's not even worth challenging in court, as it doesn't do anything, making it a waste of time and money to even try to have it resolved. So here's them complaining in her September 8th letter here. Says her letter concludes by disputing the scientific opinions of the state and pleads with Montanans to get vaccinated, wear a mask, and if you do get the shot, continue to wear a mask anyway. For the DPHHS, they have other considerations than the degree that masks, and which ones, homemade ones, cloth masks, N95s, make a difference, but must balance other considerations, such as the mental health of children being forced to muzzle up 8 hours a day. It's for this reason Director Adam Meyer is likely unmoved by their arguments, stating at the time the order was given. A number of scientific studies indicate that universal masks use among children can adversely affect their health and development, particularly among children with learning or developmental disabilities. DPAHHS respects the authority of parents to make health-related decisions in the best interest of their children, including whether wearing a mask in school is appropriate. DPHHS would encourage schools to take into account all of these factors and implement any mitigation strategies in the least restrictive means as possible to maximize learning outcomes for Montana children. Though clearly frustrated with the situation and without much, they can no longer be on the legal front. The M&A have taken to their Facebook page to post daily updates on the amount of hospitalized, vaccinated versus unvaccinated people, highlighting that those who have not received the jab are about 10 times more likely to end up in the hospital. Yeah, junk science right there. And a call to action. Bringing you conservative news commentary means tough. Okay, so yeah, just a little deal for a Montana Daily Gazette there. But nonetheless, this is the fight. We get these associations and people behind the scenes who think they know better. Now they're taking money behind the scenes. Let's get full disclosure. Let's open your books, Montana Nurse Association. Let's find out who you're taking funds from. Good old Georgie boy sending you some cash. You getting something from one of your local open society foundations? Who are you getting some funds from to push your trash? And why should we listen to you? Who are you to say that you know better than the parents in regards to what is best for their children? You don't. And last but not least on the day here, before I turn it over, the Rothschild dynasty is seeking to fulfill clergy depopulation agenda. So along these same lines, we can see why this is being done. It's not a secret. Not a secret. The Venetians were once the most powerful maritime force in Europe, with an empire that traversed the Eurasian continent. By aligning with mercenary armies of Khazars, Mongolians, and Turks, they slashed and burned their way through one community after another, killing millions of people and seizing their wealth. In the process, they established trade routes that would later be resurrected in the modern-day Silk and Road Initiative, linking Eurasia with the Middle East through Israel. Kind of sounds an awful lot like what's going on now, right? Given their rapaciousness, heresy, disregard for convention, human life, and rule of law, and indulgence in the dark occult arts, the Venetian empires fell to chaos, infighting, and pirate upon pirate plunder. They had established transnational spy networks throughout the Eurasian continent to alert them to threats, giving the advantage in war and conquest. Armed with a single-minded desire to amass the world's wealth and power within their own hands and rule over the subjugated masses as tyrants who answered to no one but themselves, they endeavored to topple legitimate governments and monarchs and implant themselves into positions of power. Becoming the ultimate rulers of the world required supplanting the divine right to rule, which was based upon initiation and bloodline, with enlightened rulers, rejecting God and replacing legitimate, lawful governments with illegitimate and the corrupt. Hello? Did we not just see this play out last night? California? The Vatican, which was controlled by powerful merchant families, first attempted to claim the authority to confer the divine right to rule upon rulers. The opportunistic Rothschild patriarch acquired knowledge of the agenda in play and co-opted it to place his family and bloodlines in line to rule over all of humanity. The tactics involved occult black magic, endless war and revolution, the exploitation of grievances for the purposes of income redistribution from others to themselves, debt, compromise, assassinations, and the corruption of public virtue for private, of course, their gain. Through each war, revolution, and skirmish, they reorganized more of society's wealth and power under their control. Fascism, communism, Marxism, socialism, revolution, and pitting people against each other were all Rothschild tactics pursued to divide the enemy, humanity, while they, the bloodlines and agents, remain unified in purpose. Meyer Amschel Rothschild founded the House of Rothschild in Frankfurt am Main, an imperial city within the Holy Roman Empire. Quickly joined the Oppenheimer Bank, which provided him access to princes within the Holy Roman Empire, the British monarchy, and the East India Company. Through these connections, the covetous Rothschild wannabe became banker to elites and aristocrats with a view to separating them from their wealth and becoming the wealthiest man in Europe. And by financing the American Revolution and revolutions throughout Latin America and elsewhere, the Rothschilds separated colonies from their monarchies, weakening both in the process while placing their respective governments in Rothschild debt. Once in debt, the Rothschilds attempted to control the money supply in those countries through, a central bank, while promoting a rational, enlightened government in the form of a republic, based upon the Platonic model in which the elite held all the wealth and power, and the people were stripped of their wealth and denied a say in their own governments. Bankrolling the French Revolution, which drew upon the principles of the rational Enlightenment, helped the Rothschilds eliminate rival aristocrats and steal their wealth, while the treasures of aristocrats finding their way into the Rothschild mansions. Each successive war and revolution, which were based upon manufactured grievances, enabled the Rothschilds to reorganize society under Rothschild control and claim more of the wealth that belonged to others for themselves. Understanding that the Vatican carried moral authority from God, from which it attempted to confer upon rulers the divine right to rule, the Rothschilds took aim at the Vatican and the British monarchy, which legitimately held the divine right, independent of the Pope, and which had chartered the East India Company. While the East India Company had been launched as a simple trading company to help the merchants of London acquire more markets and North American colonies than elsewhere in the world, the Venetians infiltrated the EIC ranks and transformed this benevolent company into an imperialistic force for conquest for the British Empire, over which the Venetians sought to rule. Having successfully waged the American Revolution, which separated the monarch from its colonies, the Rothschilds set their sights on financial control of the Vatican and the British royal family. They also betrayed the princes of the Holy Roman Empire, who had given the Rothschilds the leverage and connections to forge their predatory banking careers. Through the Frankfurt post office, which had been erected by Venetians for the purpose of intelligence gathering, Rothschild was able to intercept correspondence among leaders and rivals to help him win wars and fell his opponents. The Rothschilds would later build upon existing Venetian spy networks to manipulate troop movements through the Eurasian continent and elsewhere to achieve the result they sought. The dynasty built upon these networks to create modern-day intelligence agencies that served Rothschild financial interest over national interests, including the Office of Strategic Services, the CIA, Mossad, MI5 and 6, Chika, and among others. And of course, during the Napoleonic Wars, Venice was used as a bargaining chip for the Rothschilds, who had dislodged aristocrats and monarchs through revolutions and coups and implanted puppet governments in their place. This time, Austria swapped Lombardy for Venice and then implanted its own people into power within the Venetian government, with the Rothschilds controlling Austria through finance. Concluding that the Venetian rulers were privileged but uneducated and undisciplined opportunists who owed their positions to nepotism, inheritance, and plunder, the Austrians would not allow the Venetians to claim responsible positions within the new government. No doubt, spurring more grievances among them, which Rothschild could exploit later. In this way, the Rothschild dislodged some of the remaining Venetian royal families from the lagoon. With the Rothschilds bankrolling all sides of the Napoleonic Wars, French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte dismantled the Austrian Empire and established obedient puppet rulers. Lombardy was one of the largest commercial centers in Europe. The Lombard kingdom was ruled by German Lombards, who controlled most of Italy since their invasion of the Byzantine Italy in 568. The Lombards had once ruled all of Italy, with the exception of the Vatican and Venice, and now the Rothschilds were on the track to rule them all. Having stolen the wealth and treasures of fallen aristocrats and placed targeted nations into debt through war, revolutions, and infrastructure projects, the Rothschilds purchased aristocratic titles for themselves so that they could have the ranks of nobles whose status they desperately coveted. During the Battle of Waterloo, which ended Napoleon's campaign through Europe, the Rothschilds crashed the British stock market, enabling them to buy breeding rights into the British royal family. And much to her dismay, Queen Victoria went on to produce illegitimate Rothschild bastard heirs through rape, who proceeded to destroy Great Britain and marry themselves into royal families throughout Europe. So that's probably a good place to part here today, just to give you a little context as to what exactly we're up against. Are we not witnessing the same doggone thing here today? And what's a few trillion here and there on these quote-unquote infrastructure bills, right? Yeah. Same song, different verse, same people, different time. All leads back to the same crap. Sunny days. How
Way
art
to
thou?
sum it up. Zing, 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 zing. Just keep those printers printing.
Yeah. Well, the old meme out there that they love to use is the Fed likes to fire up the printing press and it goes burr, and all you see is the NPC sitting there cranking away and the dollars shelling out, and like I said, 120 billion a month. Yeah, what's a big deal? Never mind, you little people gotta pay more for your cars and your food and clothes and housing and all that stuff, right?
Right. Oh my gosh. Crazy world we're living in.
Eventually, it's got to go bust.
Yeah. Yeah.
Question is when.
It's gonna go bust for sure. And what will happen after?
Rebuild, hopefully without them.
Right.
We don't need their systems. We don't need them. We don't need their parasitic ways, the grifters and the hangers on and leeches of society, which is what they all are. They produce nothing of value. They are not thinkers of our time.
Breaking, what you think about President Trump not endorsing anybody for California governor? Did you think much of that?
I guess I didn't really give it a lot of thought, but I mean, I suppose if you look at somebody like Larry Elder, I think he could probably pretty well hold his own. Whether or not he needed to support a Trump, is probably neither here nor there. But I don't know. I guess the way I would probably look at it is that Trump probably recognized that after 2020, if Newsom were to try and be recalled, you'd still be stuck with him because nothing's been fixed. So I don't know whether or not he just didn't like the candidates or if he's not a huge fan of Larry Elder. I don't know. Maybe there's another purpose for Larry later on. He in his concession speech, he says, we may have lost the battle, but we're going to win the war. And whatever that means, time will tell, but at the same time, I don't see a path forward in California with the current legislators, I should say, and trying to do anything with election integrity, like many other states are trying to do, namely Texas that just got their stuff done, and leading any sort of audit efforts. So, the thing that I highlight is this, and I talked about this briefly last night as this is rolling in, is that unfortunately what the big picture is out of all this that we're failing to see is that by keeping somebody like Newsom there means he's basically holding the rest of the country hostage. And why do I say that? If you look at what is playing out in ports around the world, we know China here just in the last couple of weeks shut down their ports due to COVID, shut it down for a week. So nothing going in, nothing going out. In the meantime, here stateside, West Coast sees a lot of container ships. We got 3 major ports net all up and down the West Coast, 3 of which are in California. You got LA, Long Beach, and Oakland. And at the moment, this being before yesterday, we had 45 container ships sitting out there moored, waiting to hit port. That number has since increased by another 11. So we're now getting close to 60 ships sitting out there that all have these containers on them. With the 45 that were sitting there moored, that represented over 350,000 containers of products and goods and things of that nature that needed to hit port to be distributed all across the land. Take a look at your store shelves, folks. What do you think is missing? Where do you think this stuff comes from? We don't produce anything here anymore. All this stuff has to be shipped via all these supply chains net, mostly from China and everywhere else in the Southeast Asia corridor, right over here. And if they can't get into port because California has got things locked down due to COVID or whatever restrictions, et cetera, how else are we going to get it? We're going to have to start figuring out how to get ships to other ports. The shipping costs right now are through the roof. TEUs, the 20 footers, 40 footers, they ship all this stuff in. It has never been higher. The use of the container ships is at, I forget how many year highs. It's absolutely ridiculous. And of course, we're going to continue to feel the pain of that here for the foreseeable future until something breaks.
Right.
Anyway, my 2 cents, long answer, short.
Yeah.
Got in store for us today?
Videos.
Anything good? Anything you find?
I don't know.
Twitter,
I don't know what's
Twitterverse?
good anymore.
Yeah.
I know I was looking at a lot of animal videos.
Oh boy, here we go. What's your pet giraffe got chasing today?
All right.
Spitting llamas, what have you?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll let you have it. Appreciate you coming in here, and we'll see you next time.
Are the guys on tonight afterwards?
As far as I know.
Okay.
I've not been told otherwise, so.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Breaking.
Yep, take care.
All right, folks. Glad you're out here today. I'm going to do my normal news through videos and what have you. I'm not sure what we're looking at here, which is always, kind of interesting if I play a video I haven't watched before, but it popped up. This is real. Yes, this is real. All right. What's real? Families celebrate Father's Day separated by COVID border straits between Australia. What did it say? Australia states. Oh, gosh. Oh, Australia. Darn. All right. Well, moving on from that. What I do have, I'm going to drop that one. I thought this was funny from El Donato Trumpo. He always has President Trump with the mustache. You got a can of whoop ass. Nice. And then Jesse Kelly put this out. Been looking at this picture for a few minutes now, and it makes no sense. I didn't read the rest of what he said, but so this was the one of Times, I think it was on the cover of Time, maybe. Oh, there it is right there. The world's most influential people. Well, I don't think so. They don't influence me. I'm not influenced by them, I don't think. I mean, the only people I can think of that are influenced by these two are possibly part of Hollyweird. And they can keep that because I don't want Hollyweird. So Emerald Robinson put this out. Chuck Grassley just told you the FBI did not respond to his letters over several years. Then he said the FBI declined to meet with him at all, ever. Do you still believe that Congress has real oversight on the FBI? Because Grassley just told you it's a lie. And clicking down, let's see, Grassley also told you the FBI set him up at a briefing in August of 2020 that was later weaponized by the media. Why? Grassley had found text messages between Lisa Page and Peter Strzok. When senators start telling you at hearings in Congress that the FBI is setting them up with fake briefings and then stonewalling them when caught, that's when I start to doubt that Congress is really in charge anymore. If they do real oversight, the FBI investigates them. And then she gives a link to the video of Grassley explaining how the FBI evades real oversight by Congress. Emerald, I believe she writes for the Federalist. Oh, actually it has Newsmax White House correspondence. I think she used to write for the Federalist or used to be an editor for them. So here is how you subvert and twist and undermine the Constitution. The Constitution without the Bill of Rights is written on one page in its entirety. Just one omnibus bill is 2,000 times longer than the entire document that is our government. So he says, wake the F up, people. Yep. How it's gotten to this point. It's just crazy stuff. Awkward Mama put this out. We knew it was coming. Phones will be obsolete as you wear smart glasses. So the next step will be the chip in the brain for your convenience, and privacy is their #1 priority. Right.
Hey everyone. Long time that glasses are going to be an important part of building the next computing platform and unlocking a whole new set of experiences for people. So I'm excited that today we finally get to share what we've been working on with EssilorLuxottica. We wanted to build something that would enable you to easily capture and share experiences from your point of view. And we thought, if we're going to build best-in-class glasses, a great place to start is with the...
Honest question, people. Is it me or is he really looking more robotic? I'm not kidding. I mean, it's just bizarro. Are they practicing this on him? Is he like transhuman or something now? Because it's very bizarre. Just saying.
Iconic Ray-Ban frames that people already love. So I'm proud to introduce to you Ray-Ban Stories. With Ray-Ban Stories, you can capture photos and videos, listen to music or podcasts, or take phone calls, all while staying in the moment and without even taking out your phone. Whether you're on a
Ooh, yay!
hike, cooking, or just hanging out or playing outside with your kids, you're going to be able to quickly capture that experience and share it if you want to. And this is just the start. Ray-Ban Stories are an important step towards a future when phones are no longer a central part of our lives. The front of the glasses have two 5-megapixel cameras built in. You can activate the camera with the push of a button on the side of the frame. A tap starts...
Wait a minute. Phones are not going to be a part of our lives anymore? What? They've got a plan for us to get rid of our phones?
Recording a video, or you can tap and hold it to take a photo. Or you can just say, hey Facebook, take a video for a hands-free experience. We also built in discrete open-ear speakers on the side of the frames to let you take calls or listen to music or podcasts. We put this LED light on the front of the glasses so that people around you will know when you're taking a photo or video. It lights up to let people know that...
Oh my gosh. I hope people reject this, especially coming from Facebook. Oh my goodness, people wake up.
Camera is on. And that's more than what smartphones do. There's also a power switch to turn off your glasses whenever you want, like if you're in a private space. When your glasses are off, they are completely off. The mic is off and you can't take photos or record videos.
I'm finally getting to the point where I'm not evil, but I do realize and start thinking now, how are they going to use this against us? And how are they going to use it for evil? I don't even like to go there, but at least the thought, I realize that's where they're trying to lead us. And it really sucks. All right. So there was this. The system we have is corrupt and getting worse by the minute. It's right there. I wish we could just flush it though. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip that one and that one. Oh, this was interesting. Pennsylvania is Trump's predictive programming. Soft disclosure makes you a willing participant in their ritual. Yep, this was, and I did go out and find the article. I didn't keep it for this, but yeah, it was in like the India Times. For the next pandemic, we'll have a giant mRNA factories in India. And right there, it's September 15th, 2021. For the next pandemic, folks. Yep, they're planning on a next pandemic. I've seen that several places now. Yeah. Let's see. And then there was this TJAMS put this out. Why are they teaching pedophilia in Leander, Texas schools?
Put 3 kids, sir. I can't speak. I'm recording it.
Outside.
I'm recording it.
Outside. You guys
I'm
want to listen
recording
to her?
it.
Go outside.
Why? Why? Please. Why can't we talk?
Just go outside.
Why can't we
Russell,
talk?
Why can't we talk?
Why can't we
Go
talk,
outside.
Russell?
You go outside and talk. We're
Russell,
trying to talk
you're
to
being a
us.
bully.
So you just got now down back in the recess.
Bundy, you're
No one
being
else
a
can
bully.
speak.
They're teaching pedophilia in the school and we're not allowed to talk
I'm
about
not
it?
here for that. I'm here for security of people. So you don't kill each other tonight. So
We're not gonna
either
kill
go
each other.
outside-
So he says he's there so they don't kill each other. Is anybody being violent? It's like, come on. They're sitting around and yes, maybe her voice is raised a little bit, but she's still not being violent or threatening.
Trying to talk to these
You're
teachers.
speaking out loud as a speaker.
Oh my gosh, she's talking out of turn.
We want
It
to know
doesn't
why
matter
they're
right
teaching
now.
pedophilia in our school.
Trying to calm down the whole audience.
We want
right
to know
now.
why they're
We're
teaching
calm.
pedophilia in our
Just
school.
sit down.
We want to know why they're
Just
teaching
sit down.
pedophilia in our
So
school.
she
can
can
leave
only
too.
talk if she's sitting
Leave?
down
Yeah.
or she can
I'm a
leave.
taxpayer.
Me too.
I'm a parent. I don't approve of this.
I know
He's
you
like
don't.
totally
You just
unfazed.
wanna know
It's,
why they're
it's
teaching
pedophilia,
in our
dude.
school.
We can still make it
And
legal.
we're going to wait until they come out and tell us why.
Not like this.
We're
you're
going to
not.
wait until they're going
No,
to
you're
tell us
not.
why.
Not like this.
Okay, I'm gonna count on you.
Just craziness. Zach Voorhees put this out. If you know Zach, he was the whistleblower for Google. But I did find this interesting because he's putting out, I'm leaving California, and the decision was made to pull out after the Biden mandates were announced last week. But now it is a good time to announce that the left was totally destroyed this place. Rigging the election is just the tip of the iceberg. And then he goes on to say, and since we're on the topic of California, maybe it's a good time to mention something that many of us know already. The CCP murdered our last mayor, Ed Lee, he says. His body was dumped in a Safeway in an area with a broken camera, and the media lied about his wife being with him at death. SF mayor. So that's Zach Voorhees' post, but it made me think, I wonder, because I did see like a couple other posts where they said we're leaving California. I wonder if there'll be another mass exodus from California. I thought this was, I know I'm showing a lot of memes today. I do have videos, but I just found these memes kind of interesting. When I hear someone say the government would never do that, just think of that. MK Ultra projects, the Tuskegee experiments, poisoning St. Louis, MK Naomi, Operation Mockingbird, Operation Northwoods. and the filings cabinet goes on. Comedian and Saturday Night alum Jim Brewer says he will not be performing at venues that require proof of COVID vaccination for guests. I just like to highlight some of these people that are actually stepping on toes and saying, they're going to cancel, and or they're not going to go against their beliefs. I feel it's important to at least try to highlight them a little bit. This was interesting. Who keeps cutting off Biden's feed? Senator demands to know, and this is a Breitbart.
Look, we've all, recently as yesterday, somebody in the White House has authority to press the button and stop the president, cut off the president's speaking ability and sound. Who is that person?
I think anyone who knows the president, including members of this committee, knows that he speaks very clearly and very deliberately for himself. No one else does.
Well, are you saying that there is no one in the White House that can cut him off? Because yesterday that happened, and it's happened a number of times before that. It's been widely reported that somebody has the ability to push the button and cut off his sound and stop him from speaking. Who is that person?
There is no such person. Again, the president speaks for himself, makes all of the strategic decisions, informed by the best.
Wouldn't you like to know who's cutting off the president's mic and speaking, or not speaking for him, but cutting off his mic?
Best advice that he can get from the people around him.
So are you unaware that this is actually happening? Because it happened yesterday at the Interagency Fire Center.
Can I ask you a question? Of course. One of the things that I've been working on with some others is
don't we have a right to know as the people of who's cutting off the president's mic? I mean, it's happened more than once. It's happened several times where he's said they don't want me to talk anymore, or they want me to stop. For heaven's sakes, just let us know.
It was widely reported. The media's reported on it, and it's not the first time it's happened. It's happened several times. Are you telling this committee that this does not happen, that there's no one in the White House who pushes the button and cuts him off in mid-sentence?
That's correct.
So this didn't happen.
So the smirk on his face is telling.
Yesterday, nor on the other occasions where the media showed the American people that his sentence was cut off in mid-sentence.
Yeah.
Are you saying that didn't happen?
Senator, I really don't know what you're referring to. All I can tell you is, having worked with the president.
And there you go. I can't tell you what's happening because he either doesn't know or he's either not telling the truth.
For now, 20 years, both here on this committee and over the last 9 months at the White House, the president very much speaks for himself.
Sure, when he orders ice cream. Oh, tired of being lied to, folks. Went from we're in this together to show me your papers pretty quick, huh? Sure did. Let's see.
Hi. Yes. Sure. Your name, sir? It's Chad. Great. And do you and your guest have your vaccination cards? Well, first, can you tell me who our server will be? Yes. It looks like Brad's going to be your server. Yes. Great. And can you show us Brad's vaccination card? And also, can you provide me with proof that Brad is not a carrier of HIV, hepatitis A or B, influenza, norovirus, or any other communicable diseases? Oh, and same for you and the kitchen staff. Also, we would prefer not to be served by someone who is on recreational drugs, such as, marijuana, cocaine, meth, fentanyl, etc. So if you can go ahead and provide us with Brad's most recent toxicology screening, that would be great. Oh, matter of fact, I'm gonna need to see all of your employees' medical history. Let me get the manager for you. Thanks, that would be great. Yeah. Oh, and make sure they have their Vax card and medical records too, please.
Isn't that perfect? I loved this video. Out of all the videos I've seen lately, I loved this one. Truly, yeah. Let's see your Vax cards. Let's see what you're inoculated with. I want to know if you have your hepatitis. I don't want to get in hepatitis at a restaurant because you don't have your inoculation, especially if you're going to require me to have something. I like that one. That one was good. In fact, I'll drop that one into chat if anyone wants it. I'll put that in there in case you want to laugh at that. Let's see. So Ohio mayor tells the school board to resign or be charged for what a judge called child pornography.
Earl, members of the board, my name is Craig Schubert. I'm the mayor of this city. It has come to my attention that your educators are distributing essentially what is child pornography in the classroom. I've spoken to a judge this evening. She's already confirmed that. So I'm going to give you a simple choice. You either choose to resign from this Board of Education or you will be charged. Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
And it is about damn time that this happens because they are peddling pornography in our schools. It's been proven over and over again. They can call it education materials, but it is pornography. All right, so this was another Biden rally. I think he's being kind of sarcastic about that, but here we go. There is hope, folks. Look at this. Look at this. They met his motorcade. And look at how many people are there waving flags and waving Trump signs and waving, telling him to F off. The people are fed up. So I liked that one. And, I've seen the other ones where, the stadiums and that kind of thing, but I thought this was interesting because it was actually on the street and they met his motorcade.
$750,000 sex offenders in the United States. None of them have to show proof of being registered to enter a bar, hospital, or a public place because it violates their privacy. Let that sink in.
And how come they don't have to carry cards? You know what? Why don't they have to carry cards? Why is that private? And, they want us to carry Vax cards. Well, we know why. I like this one too. Imagine, if you will, a world where people believe that the temperature of the planet can be controlled by giving more money to the government. Some folks believe it. And that was Gary Carr. I think he actually is a patriot and in the audience of 5x5. I think he's a follower of 5x5. All right, here's the animal. One of the animal videos I pulled. Can't help it. It gives me a couple seconds of just some peace. I don't think there's sound to this one. This is so sweet. Baby and mama rhino. I know. I'm kind of sappy that way. Well, I am really sappy that way. So, I don't know about this. You know how we heard about those mass graves in British Columbia? She says it was a lie. Now, I'm Laura Southern. She's a best-selling author and filmmaker. I don't know about this, but give it a listen.
Let's talk about like genocide and mass graves. That's right, you know those holes usually dug in the ground in the process of killing dozens of people in extrajudicial manners? Well, in my home province of British Columbia, it was reported that the remains of 182 children had been found in unmarked graves. The international press went wild, suggesting this was evidence of a mass grave of children being deliberately hidden and covered up by the Catholic Church and Canadian government.
Now to Canada, where horrors from a different era have returned to haunt the country. Another mass grave of children has been unearthed, school children. And this is the third one since May. 182 unmarked graves have been found in British Columbia. But neither the Justin Trudeau government nor the Catholic Church wants to take responsibility.
As it turns out, the grave in Cranbrook, BC was not a mass grave, and it wasn't even nefarious burials at all. It was just a graveyard that had become overgrown. That's right, a graveyard. The old chief in the area even stated the fact that there are graves inside a graveyard shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. And near millions of people worldwide are still under the impression that a few nuns in Cranbrook, BC were literally murdering children and throwing them into a giant pit in the ground. So that's great. Really cool. Awesome investigative work, media. On a serious note, though, this was an especially disgusting piece of fake news, considering stories like this led to dozens of churches being burnt down in Canada and even more being vandalized. So you gotta love the media reporting on fake crime.
Yeah, that's interesting. I remember those stories coming out. I did hear that churches were burning. So that's interesting. That's the one I showed before, that Hudson mayor demands all school board members resign or face possible criminal charges over high school course material that he said a judge called child pornography. This is Trudeau had problems with his alphabet soup today.
For LGBTQ2 plus kids.
What's going on with Trudeau? And then this is just humor and animals. Come on, Abe, just throw the frisbee. Just wants to find a willing participant to play frisbee with them. Come on. Yeah, a few hypotheticals for the state of California to consider. Now, this is Chef Andrew Gruel.
A politician, or perhaps if hypothetically a politician was under fire and about to be recalled, what would I be looking at in regards to their track record, their history? Well, for me, it's all about hypocrisy. Okay, I think you can slip up on policy. Many times these decisions are made in a vacuum and we don't necessarily know and understand what some of the externalities are going to be. Although if we're consistent and we're not hypocritical in the ways in which the policies we put in place affect other people and the ways in which we react to them, then I think that at least there's something human about that. So let's look at perhaps hypothetically the state of California. So I put a policy in place where nobody is allowed to go dine outdoors, but then I go dine outdoors, strike one. I put a policy in place where if you're dining indoors, you have to be wearing a mask in between bites, or at least I suggest that. But then I go ahead and I don't do that. I put a policy in place where I'm not allowed to eat indoors, but then I go and I dine indoors. And not only do I dine indoors individually, but I dine indoors with 4 or 5 different families when it's suggested you should only be dining with your own family, right? So now we're up to, I think, strike 3 or strike 4. I recommend and put a policy in place where Schools are closed and kids should not be going to schools, although I send my kids to private school and completely go against the science that I've laid out as a platform upon which I've made the decision to shut schools down. Then I put a policy in place that kids need to be wearing masks when they're indoors. My kids go to summer camp, they don't wear masks. And then when my kids do, when the photos start to abound, I pull the poor kids from summer camp. Just let them stay in summer camp. Or how about this one? I shut down businesses. All right. I shut down businesses and offer absolutely no recourse or no remedy based upon the fact that the businesses I shut down will now need to use unemployment benefits, which aren't available because my own agencies misappropriated upwards of $30 to $40 billion in unemployment funds. Or how about this one? I'm running on the benefit that I'm running an $85 billion surplus in my budget when there are homeless people laying out across the streets at every single corner in almost every single city of California. Why don't I use that $85 billion to perhaps help or prevent a problem like this? These are just a few bullet points that I would look at. Hypothetically, of course, if I was going to describe what I would do with said politician.
He needs the glasses and that gangster music in the cigar. Oh, yeah. Oh, this was sweet. Somebody loved that doggy enough to take him home and fix him up so he could run. Sir, the world is in desperate need of people like you. It's kind of blurry. Sorry about that. It's feeding the strays. Let's see. I don't know if you've been hearing this, but yep, they've been saying this. Expect a polio-like outbreak coming in the children in the next 4 months.
And the CDC has let us know that when you see these presentations, even half of their faces will be paralyzed, and a lot of them. They're calling it acute flaccid myelitis, and they're telling the docs this is what it looks like. Be prepared when they walk in. Make sure you diagnose it this way. There is no cure, by the way, is what they have actually stated to all the hospitals. You just need to start early physical therapy as your only chance to try to restore normal nerve function.
How can they do this when the children are not having hardly any issues, if at all, with COVID, and they're planning on vaccinating them and planning that they're going to end up with polio? It's just insanity.
And the truth is, the first question you have is how in the world would the CDC know that there's a coming outbreak among children of a polio-like, as they called it, a polio-like disease in the next 4 months? I mean, you're Christian, right?
Yeah.
Some people have the spirit of prophecy. Mm-hmm. Do you think the CDC's got prophets sitting in there going, hey, I can foresee in the next 4 months there's going to be a flood of children around the world, average age 5 years old?
They've created something.
How do they know it?
Yeah.
They actually.
Exactly. The people that are creating the problem are the people that proclaim to try to help it. I can't imagine being a person and listening to that. If I was a person who swore an oath to do no harm, it's just mind-bending.
Actually stated that they have seen small outbreaks every 2 years from 2014, 16, 18, and they're expecting an even larger one now this year. So I spent the last week trying to figure out why in the world would the CDC know that this a polio-like new disease in children average age 5 years old average age of 5. How would they know that in 2014 is when this problem
We got to ask ourselves, how would they know?
started, and now they know it's going to be even worse now? And they said it was skipping every 2 years, 14, 16, 18, and 21. Well, if you go on the cdc.gov's website, it didn't skip any year. It actually has the outbreaks. If you look up acute flaccid myelitis, you can ask my wife. I've been digging into this all week. When they made that announcement, I was going to prove to the world why it is. They know that children across America over the next 4 months are going to have paralyzed limbs, arms, and faces flooding into hospitals around this country. I figured it out. It wasn't that hard. If you go to actually 2014, you go to cdc.gov's website, type in acute flaccid myelitis, and then click on the left side. It says annual outbreaks. Click it, and it shows you a map. 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Unbelievable. There's this.
You about, pertaining to facts or something like that. You get a lot of people that say, well, why do you have to yell? Well, if you want to get people to join you, you should be less condescending, and you should be, this and the other, have more sympathy, more empathy, so forth and so on. And so I just want to say this to you, that everything shouldn't trigger you, sweetheart. It is your lack of emotional maturity that causes every single thing that somebody tells you. It triggers, when your mom used to spank you, or when your dad used to spank you, or that one time that teacher, that mean teacher, she yelled at you, and so forth and so on. And so you're being triggered by every conversation that someone has, and as soon as you start, it starts to touch a nerve that's connected to something that you have not taken care of by getting therapy, then you want to say that the other person is yelling at you. No, that's not necessarily what's happening. What you need to understand is that we are now at war, and we don't have the time to sit down with you like we did before and try to play pancake with your ass to tell you, listen, this is what's happening. When a child is crossing the street and a truck is coming, do I say, oh, come here, baby, hold on, there's a truck. Come to me. No, I say, get your ass out the street right now, and if I'm close enough to you, I'm going to snatch your ass. That's what's happening. Nobody gives a shit about your emotional immaturity anymore. If you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get on board with this shithole, then I don't know what else to tell you. You will be left behind. No one has the time for your triggers and shit. My strong suggestion to you is that you go get some therapy about what your mama did and your daddy and your teacher and this and the pastor and this and the other when you were a child and you can't get over this shit, because now we don't have time. I love you. I really do. But, boy, I got to run every day, fooling around with you people. Every day I got to run.
You can tell she's pretty fed up. I thought that was pretty good. Oh, well, I needed a good laugh from that because this next story is sad. I'm sorry. It's not all rainbows and unicorns this time. I tried, but life is tough. And so Project Veritas put this out. It's just a snippet.
I overheard a chemical residents I worked with in order to get her to take the COVID vaccine.
Technically, you're not supposed to do that.
They had given her a PRN, like Xanax, and they were successful after giving her the PRN in order to get her to take the COVID vaccine. The resident was lied to about which shot she was receiving. She was told that it was the flu shot.
They should have technically had a care conference with the family or a telehealth visit with the family beforehand and made sure this was all right. 3 o'clock in the morning, my phone went off. She was not responding. Little response, and by the time she got to the hospital, she died. And then that.
She's no longer with us, and in her last moments of life, she had to have her dignity removed.
Like, she was my own family member. I loved her. I loved her a lot.
So if you couple that with how many times you hear people say, oh, our facility's 100% vaxxed. How many of these facilities dealt with the family in a respectful way? And what if the family said no? Did they have to pull the person out and they were, you know, basically to the point where you almost don't have a choice because finances, or you're not able to, or, you know, it's just crazy, 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 crazy. Let's see. Let's see. This.
Using public access to buildings and paying for coffee is now as simple as a touch of your hand. A microchip implanted beneath the skin gives people the same capabilities as dozens of cards and devices, and it's not as painful as you might think.
What was once confined to science
So this one is a commercial or license, so that's why I'm stopping it.
fiction movies
This may be a little uncomfortable. Just implanted a radium diode. They're the access codes to your job spot.
is now reality for a bunch of Sydney tech heads.
Can pay, open doors, and had my business card in there as well.
Remy Baker and Mitch Hunter from PhD Media are being microchipped to simplify their lives.
My work pass and potentially my Opal, which will allow me access to my office, to use.
This is just a sample. I think I've seen these in the States where they have done this. Remember when buildings did the lockdowns on their, like, you know, like if you work somewhere, you had to flash your pass to get in the building. They were putting chips in people and people were volunteering for it. Interesting. So this is Ivory Hecker. She's the gal that walked away from Fox after she did whistleblowing on them with Project Veritas. She's on her own now. She's on Telegram. She does her own investigations now on the stories she likes to report on. So this is Dr. Pierre Corey, talks about the history of antiparasitics as antiviral. So much info that the mainstream outlets don't want you to know. Full 27-minute interview is on her website. This is just a snippet.
So there's another antiparasite, which also has antiviral properties. And so when you say, why would this drug work against viruses? Because it works against parasites and it also has a lot of antiviral mechanisms. In fact, that's been recognized for 10 years. There's at least 10 to 15 studies in the lab showing the efficacy of ivermectin against Zika virus, West Nile, dengue, HIV, influenza, and now SARS-CoV-2. So it's a potent antiviral. So we need to stop calling it a dewormer. It's actually one of the most potent and broadest antivirals that I believe has happened. It's so effective in SARS-CoV-2. I'm really looking forward to the future where we test it against like influenza, EBV, all of the other viruses, because it has these many mechanisms which prevent viral replication. So yes, it is a dewormer, but let's move away from that. Let's call it what it is, which is an antiviral medicine.
Yeah, one of Fox News's first headlines on it called it a head lice drug.
Ivory, do you see what they're doing? It's all propaganda. They're literally calling it an animal medicine. They're doing it on purpose. It's not an animal medicine. It does work in animals, but it's been used in many diseases. Dermatologists use it all the time for various skin conditions, even ophthalmologists. Infectious disease doctors use it for scabies and strongyloidiasis and antiparasites, and now we're using it as an antiviral in humans. This pairing of it with a lice drug and an animal drug, I got to tell you, it's all just propaganda. It's trying to make you think of it as a crazy thing to pursue. But if you talk to serious scientists and clinicians on the front lines from around the world, we know it's a highly effective drug. We're not treating lice. We're not treating scabies. This is not a pandemic of head lice. This is a pandemic of SARS-CoV-2, which is cratering societies and health systems around the world. And it's wickedly effective against that. And it should be massively and systemically deployed.
It's also effective in lupus and rheumatoid arthritis because of its anti-inflammatory properties, I think. Let's see. I'm not sure what this one is. If this is the artist that took over the billboards or not. Yeah, it is. The artist went out and started taking over billboards and signs. This is Damani, I think is Damani. I can't think of his last name.
Only birthday. It's just one wedding you'll have to miss. It's just not seeing your grandparents this year. It's just not being able to lay them to rest. It's just a piece of cloth. It's just a face shield. It's just something medical workers should wear. It's just one thing to cover your face. It's just two things to cover your face. It's just so you can get on an airplane. It's just something you have to wear all the time. It's just one stimulus check. It's just two stimulus checks. It's just three stimulus checks. It's just an eviction moratorium. It's just another $1 trillion of your tax money. It's just unemployment benefits. It's just so you can keep staying at home. It's just one injection. It's just two injections. It's just a few bad reactions. It's just a few side effects. It's just a booster. It's just updated guidance. It's just until we get the new variant under control. It's just a little card. It's just another mandate. It's just another lockdown. It's just a face scan. It's just a curfew. It's just a safety measure. It's just a microchip. It's just so everyone can prove they've gotten it. It's just door-to-door enforcement. It's just separating those who chose not to get it. It's just removing them from society altogether. It's just a fact check. It's just to fight fake news. It's just silencing those conservatives. It's just deplatforming the president. It's just deplatforming his supporters. It's just silencing those who question the narrative. It's just giving up a few of your freedoms. It's just so you can have a bank account. It's just so you can have a job. It's just so you can enter the store. It's just so you can provide for your family. It's just so we don't take your kids away from you. It's just so we can contact trace. It's just so we can track your movements. It's just so you can exist. It's just so we can get back to normal. It's just so we can get back to normal. It's just so we can get back to normal. Just stop. The word just has become the most dangerous word in history because they just wanted to see what you would tolerate. But the word just can also end this nightmare. Because if you just open your eyes, if you just realize where this is going, if you just refuse to comply, if you just refuse to conform, if you just refuse to submit, if you just stand up for your rights, if you just organize and push back, if you just stop patronizing those who despise you, if you just demand to be free, if you just realize your own power, if you just realize we have strength in numbers, if you just realize that we are the majority, their power will just disappear.
Awesome. Band Shadow, I see you in live chat. Which one are you wanting me to share? Was it this one with Damani Felder, or was it the artist, or Ivory Hecker? I'm watching live chat, and I'll drop it if you can tell me which one you want me to share. That TikTok. The Damani Felder one? Okay, let's see. I think it was this one. Okay. I like that one. I've seen others like that, but I like how he explained at the end, you know what, just is the most dangerous word, and, turned it around. That was nice. There's this one.
A couple years ago, it would have told me that doctors would be verbally wishing their patients died based on their vaccination status or a choice they made, I wouldn't have believed you. If you would have told me that nurses would no longer be advocating for their patients' rights and autonomy, I wouldn't have believed you. If you would have told me that it would be normal to hear people wish other people would die based on a health choice they made, I wouldn't have believed you. And quite frankly, I don't think I would be in the spot I am in life or pursuing the career I am. I don't think that I would hear peers say they wish all unvaccinated people would die. No, I don't think I would have believed you. And I'm just so disgusted by the state of the world right now. I'm sorry, but do we turn people away with kidney failure because they decided to drink one too many and say sucks for you? Or do we put them on dialysis? Do we look at people dying from lung cancer and say, dug your grave, sucks, not helping you? No. Or how about obese people? Do we say, hit the treadmill, fatty, there's nothing I can do for you? No, we don't do that, because that's disgusting. And it's wrong. No. As healthcare workers, we do not, as a decent human being, we do not wish other people die. We don't do that. That's not how we roll around here, okay? I'm sorry, but I am so bothered at the fact that that's normal. That it's normal for me to sit and have a conversation with somebody my age and them tell me they hope I die because I'm not vaccinated. No. That's not okay. Mm-mm.
Well, we definitely need more of her in the world. She's actually telling us that it's normal for her to hear this stuff now. That's just, we are in bizarre world. What happened? Why are we here? It is bonkers. Okay, I need one of these. I need just to look at nature and beauty.
Wouldn't you just love to pitch a tent right there?
You pixels, yes.
Roast some marshmallows, forget about the fact that most of the world is plunging into authoritarianism. Maybe go down there, catch some fish.
Yeah. Poke your toes in the water. Soak in some sun. Like
Where
a daisy.
is that? That is beautiful.
I don't know if it said where it was. It is beautiful though. And listening to the ocean. Oh, soothing. I don't know if they say where it is. Let me see. It just says, lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? Psalm 121. My favorite conspiracy theory favorite conspiracy theory is that the government cares about you. That really is a conspiracy theory, isn't it? You might like this one. I just grabbed this one because I'm always interested in how things work. But this was Phoenix Ammunition, and they just put this video out. Was I muted that whole time? Darn it. You didn't hear any of my commentary? Shoot. Isn't that a beautiful sound?
That's awesome.
Oh, I was just saying, did you hear me read this one?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. And then this one, I think they were putting out ammunition or just telling us that they're making it. And I think it went on sale or something. You versus the guy she told you not to worry about. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Oh, when calculating the volume of a cube, rounds of 9mm is possible option for unit of measure. Here it is. At 10 a.m. Available at 10 a.m.
Yeah, it's already gone.
I bet there was just a huge run on it, right? Let's see. This was kind of an interesting one. I'll play this one.
Right? You medical practitioner asked you to do a COVID antibody test, and you guys messaged him back and said that you refused to do it. Why? And is that just Dynalife, or has all of Canada been told you can't do the antibody test anymore?
Do you have your paper with you?
Yeah, I had my paper when I came and you drew the blood the first time. Now I've been told by my doctor that you guys refused to do the test. I want to know why.
Okay, sir, stop taking videos because you're not allowed to take.
Actually, in Alberta, all you need is one person to give consent, and I give consent. So answer my question. Why are you refusing to do this test?
You're not really refusing it?
Okay, I'll turn it off here. There we go. Why are you refusing to do this test? Pardon?
Do you have your paper?
I gave you the paper when I came here the first time. You drew blood for the COVID antibody test. Now you're telling my doctor that you refused to do the test. Why?
Refusing it, but you can call this number. If you have any complaint, just call that number.
Okay, but you're not answering my question. Why are you refusing to do the test?
You can call that number.
Okay, have a nice day.
Yep, if you have any complaints, call a number while you're getting to a loop. No one ever answers or calls you back.
Yep. Oh, by the way, Tam Gurrell, yes, this is me.
Should I drop the share? What do you got going today?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure, I mean, Adel and I have no shortage of things to talk about, that's for sure.
Right.
I'm sure we'll talk about Millie, and speaking of, here you go. Here's a good one that's already out there.
Yes, the memes are rampant.
Yeah.
I've
So,
seen
I
him
don't
a
know.
few
I mean,
times as a woman.
Yeah, did you see they actually they combined the Tax the Rich dress and the Millie meme into something quite beautiful. I don't know if anyone's out there seen that, but
Yeah, it's interesting. President Trump put some statements out there, or at least one, that it was fiction or something, or made up, or fake news, I think he called it, about Millie.
really, because Millie's already out there admitting that he did it.
I don't know how he worded it. I don't know if I can find it. I have a hard time finding his statements. I know that I used to have that site, but they don't always update it. I had the Trump site. Let me look. Let's see.
Oh, yesterday he put something out. It's called The Story of Dumbass General Mark Milley. Literally. Verbatim.
He says the good news is that the story is fake news concocted by a weak and ineffective general together with two authors. So I'm not sure if what part is he talking about? Is he talking about the whole thing? I don't know. It is really bizarre.
I do know that most of the book bashes Trump, right? So maybe that's what that was about.
Right. Yeah, maybe. Right. Yeah, well, there's definitely enough to talk about.
There certainly is. Certainly is. I guess Roger Stone got served today somehow.
He did? What's that all about?
I'm not sure. I haven't gotten a solid story on it yet, but let's see. Let me search it up here.
That's what I pulled it up, but oh, it's out of Gateway Pundit. Says it's a setup. Roger Stone encourages Americans to stay away from Saturday's rally in D.C. Oh, that must not be it.
Yeah, so it says this morning Roger Stone was served papers in another outlandish lawsuit originating from the corrupt deep state while he was speaking with Joe Hoft from the Gateway Pundit on air at St. Louis radio station Real Talk 93.3. So I guess while he was on air, he got served papers.
Oh my goodness. They keep doing that business to him.
Yep, of course.
I have not heard anybody or any group promoting September 18th except for these people, the media.
Yeah.
I don't know. That'll be interesting to see what happens. Not good. People should stay away from that.
Yep.
But yeah, anything else going on? I haven't looked at the Gateway Pundit today.
Well, I'm seeing that they came out saying the emails show that the Biden State Department told stranded Americans, quote, arrange your own departure without assistance from U.S. government.
Oh my gosh. I actually follow a person that was tweeting, I believe, I don't know his name. I should go back in my Twitter and look. But he was saying that he had a small baby and a wife over there. He was a foreign reporter from the United States. And then he went blank. I should go and look and see if I can find him. But after that, he just went quiet. I don't know if I'm assuming he didn't make it home because he's not tweeting. Because you would have thought if he made it home, he would tweet and say he made it home.
Yeah.
That's so sad. I've been watching Laura, is it Laura Logan? Laura Logan's been reporting on that. She was the one, I don't know if you know her story, but she was the one, I believe it was Egypt, where she got caught up in that whatever happened in Egypt. And I don't even know what to call it, but it was a while ago, and she got gang raped. She was reporting and she got separated from her cameraman, and she ended up in the hospital, just all kinds of injuries. And now she's a correspondent, I believe, on Fox.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Did you see the screwery on CNN when it came to the recall?
Yeah. Pixels, what was that about?
351,000 yes votes disappeared.
How can they be so dumb, Pixels? How can they be so dumb after, exposing themselves?
Well, I mean, they got away with it. So why would they not do it again?
Oh my gosh.
They got away with it.
So freaking bonkers.
There's been close to no accountability for what happened in 2020, so they felt emboldened to go ahead and do it again in California. I'm not surprised by it.
Do you think they're trying to? No, I've read a theory that they're trying to make the American people so mad that the American people do something. They just want us to do something violent so they can, get us. Do you think that's a theory or a good theory, or that
I think there's something to it. They certainly would like to see some kind of violence going on so that they can, justify drastic measures such as what we're seeing right now in Australia. They set up concentration camps.
No, I saw some of those people. There's the video. I don't know if you saw the video of the guy who's like in his unit and he hears this other guy and he thinks he's banging his head on the wall. And the other guy won't stop. And he's like trying to call somebody going, I really think he's like banging his head on the wall. He's like going bonkers. Can you help him? And I didn't see whatever happened after that.
Crazy. Cautious observer out there gifted a can and said, "Ooh, let me see if I can if I can handle this." Peter Piper picked a peck of spicy pickle White Claw.
Good, you did that really well, Pixels.
I did. I nailed it. Thank you very much, Cautious observer, for the can and that hilarious comment.
And thank you, Q the Hammer. Q the Hammer donated an ice cream and DLive, and I have YouTube open. And thank you to our mods out there that are modding. Thank you very much. So
we're still waiting on Adel. Do I need to go over to his stream and remind him that we have the show today?
I can see how it would be hard, though, that, in a good conversation, how to, to break free. But
right. Yeah, sometimes a hard stop is not possible.
Right. Especially, as the people are getting more passionate about these topics. And
right. Let me see if there's any breaking news out there. I haven't checked my aggregator here in a few.
Okay. I've been using Insider Paper, but even they didn't have very much breaking news today. I was surprised. They've been pretty good. They've been better than Breaking 911 for me.
Have you ever used Feedly?
You know, my son, is that a young person's thing? My son told me about that on my phone, but
it's an aggregate. Here, I'll show you what it is. So this is the group of sources that I've set up.
Okay.
Right, to see where you've got all your left wing, propaganda.
Mhm.
News, you've got just a lot of people that I'd consider would be in the middle, and then cream of the crop, this is where I get most of my stuff. It's Breitbart, Epoch Times, Just the News, National Review, Populist Press, and the Gateway Pundit. It puts them all together in this thing, and you can say latest. So literally, this was just published right now, so you get it really fast.
Well, I will write that down and check it out. Thanks, Pixels.
No problem.
Hey, a long time ago, I remember you saying that you had read an article and you were upset because you have integrity, and you were upset because the article was wrong or something.
Well, I think I was complaining about just misspellings or like words being in places they shouldn't, just grammatical stuff.
Oh, okay.
It ticks me off when you have, like, even when you're reading something on Breitbart or Fox News, sometimes you come across stuff like that.
Yeah, it's bizarro.
And it's like, who the hell, did they have like 5-year-olds writing their articles? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, where's the editor?
No proofreading. Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's frustrating. And I've made a couple comments like, maybe I should just start writing my own stuff, since I, check my spelling and stuff before I go ahead and publish things.
Right. I've run into that too.
But then also, when the FDA went out and basically claimed that they had approved the Pfizer vaccine when actually they didn't, even places like Just the News just like ran with that and didn't look at the actual truth behind it, and that kind of pissed me off, definitely.
So do you think the actual truth is that they have one vaccine
As far as I know, they approved a future, like, not even in production. It's called Comirnaty. And then they just re-upped on the emergency use authorization of the Pfizer vaccine, but then they basically lied to everyone and said that they had fully approved it, when actually they fully approved a totally different, separate thing.
Right.
So, well, they're identical. Not different. Well, they might be a little bit different, but they're identical. So it's basically the same thing, but they're slightly different. But it's the same thing. It's approved, right?
And they have different names.
They're different names and different ingredients, but it's the same. But it's not. But it is. Just shut up and take it, huh?
I mean, they both have aborted fetal cells in them. So really, what's the difference?
Don't ask questions. Stop it. Just take the damn thing. Do it now. All right. Well, you guys have a great show.
You too. Yeah. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
And here I am. Adel, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, living the dream, man. Living the dream. Yeah, I just had a good show over there with the guys, and I don't know, man. It's like a weird day. It's like a weird day.
It's a weird day to me too, because a general just basically came out and admitted that he committed treason, and everyone's like, "Nah, who cares?" It's like, it's all good. I mean, at least he cares about white rage and critical race theory. Got that going for us.
Yeah, it's just really it's really, really weird, man. Like, especially like with what happened in like California too. Like, that election process there is such a joke, like such an incredible joke, between like unsolicited mail-in ballots you could print from home, the holes in the envelopes that show you like what the person voted if they put the envelope in the right way, like the people like on film like going into like apartment building mailbox things and pulling out all the recalls, 70% of people in some districts showing up being told that they've already voted. I mean, it's absolutely breathtaking. Did
you see what happened on CNN?
Oh yeah, and then 315,000 votes just
no 351 351,000.
Yeah.
Or 351,000. That's right.
Just up and vanished from the recall count. Yeah. So I mean,
more than 250,000 of them. Just gone. Right on live CNN. And here's the thing. The people that watch CNN, right, and see this clip of this happening, they will do mental gymnastics to convince themselves that, nope, that didn't actually happen. It's a conspiracy theory.
Well, like, I was asking this on my show, and I never got, like, a good answer. I don't know if we just kind of brushed past it or whatever, but has there been a, how do I put this? Has there been a good, because this isn't the first time we've seen votes either disappear or change hands, right, during a news broadcast. Have they ever come up with any excuse for why that happened? Like, I know, like, the Gateway Pundit and we were all sharing clips, like, or was that just completely whitewashed over to the point where it just didn't exist? Completely. Is that all it was? Was it just completely ignored? Like, we never got any level of
I never
bullshit,
saw anybody. I never saw anybody even attempting to investigate that. I didn't see anybody on those news networks defending it, talking about it. I think they really just acted like it never happened.
So we got not even a bullshit like, oh, like we put it in the wrong column and then we switched it, or like there was just no explanation whatsoever. Just it didn't like. Okay, interesting strategy. I guess when it's that obvious and you don't have a good excuse, you just
I mean, they don't even believe that they have to have a strategy for this stuff. They know they're not going to be held accountable.
No, they're not.
Right? So why the hell have a strategy to hide their crime when they can just commit it out in the open and nobody gives a shit in the first place?
Hard to argue, man. It's not much. If you're looking for me to come in and say something uplifting and inspiring right here, I got it.
Well, we've got a thank you to say out there to Laura Y, who gives it a can and said, Adel sent me, God's blessing, Patriots, where we go, we go all worldwide. Thank you very much, Laura Y, for the can. And Blue Rinse out there is saying hi. Caustic and Abrasive saying hi, and so is Mick Schwartz. Actually, Mick Schwartz is asking me, excuse me, did you see the Trinidad and Tobago doctor death vax something? I have not, Mick Schwartz. I have no idea what you're talking about there, but yeah. So Adel, did you have anything? I mean, I've got a good amount of stuff here gathered from today, but I haven't been watching the news very, very closely today. I know you just had a show. Is there anything else, or is there anything from the show that you'd like to bring on and talk about? Anything that struck you?
There is. There's one thing. We covered it towards the end. I'm going to bring it up towards the beginning here, and I'm sorry to all my friends out there who jumped over from one show to the next, but this is just this is the kind of thing you can't ignore. Do vaccines work? Does ivermectin work? Does hydroxychloroquine work? Right? What is the effectiveness of these when you look at just the facts and the situation and ignore all the political bullshit, right? So let's look at two examples. We have India and Israel. India has chosen as a government to treat COVID-19 using ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. That is their recommended protocol. If you're in India and you go to the hospital and you test positive, they don't jab you with a Pfizer vaccine. They give you ivermectin. They give you hydroxychloroquine. Okay? Here's where they are right now. The 33 districts in Uttar Pradesh, India, have now become free from COVID-19, the government informed on Friday. The recovery rate has increased up to 98.7%, proving the effectiveness of ivermectin as part of the Uttar Pradesh COVID control model. The state has an estimated population of 241 million people in 2021 and has the highest population in India. This is almost 2/3 of the United States population in 2021, and yet is now a COVID-19 free nation. Again, that is what they're doing. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Now let's go over to Israel, where they are jabbing everybody, and they have jabbed everybody 3 times. Israel sees record high daily infections, hence 4th vaccine dose. Highly vaccinated Israel recorded the highest number of daily CCP virus infections per capita this week, as the country's health ministry announced that on average, more than 10,000 new COVID-19 cases are being reported each day. Health Ministry Director Nashim Ash said during a video call on September 14th that the new figures are a record that did not exist in the previous waves. A week ago, we are in a clear downward trend. In recent days, we've been seeing that decline stop, and the virus reproduction number is again above 1, Ash said. Values above 1 indicate the number of cases is increasing, while below 1 means it's shrinking. So the most vaccinated country in the world is seeing record number increases. A far more populated, impoverished country using cheap, generic therapeutics is COVID motherfucking free, Pixels. Not just seeing a decline, not just putting out the fight. They don't have a single case to report, not one. They have eliminated the problem altogether without a single Nazi chemical company sticking their fat ass in the way, forcing jabs on people. Imagine that. That's my lead story for today.
I mean, that's mind-blowing, dude. I mean, well, I don't know if I would say mind-blowing. I don't think it surprises me at this point in time, but what's really, really frustrating to me, right, is people can see clear stuff like this, and then they refuse to draw any kind of correlation between the vaccine and cases going up. When literally every data point that we have available to us is showing that the vaccine, where we have the vaccine, the cases go up. Oh, gee, why the hell could that be? Can't be the vaccine, can it? Right? I've been theorizing for a while now on my show that these vaccines are actually what's causing, the problem to be exacerbated. But until we, I don't know what the answer is, though, because even if 100% of the population that isn't in government in our country agreed and said, yeah, the vaccines are making the problem worse, let's roll out hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin as the official treatment here in the United States, similarly to what they did over in India, nothing would happen. They would still continue jabbing people and mandating the vaccine, right? Because the people in control here, they know the truth, right? They know the truth. They don't give a shit. They want their jabs and arms so that the companies, the what's the word I'm looking for? Big pharma companies can get their billions of dollars. That's what it's all about. So truth doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the truth is and what actually helps this vaccine or this virus. It doesn't matter what the real solution is. They're never going to enact it.
Our government's run by a drug cartel.
Yeah. And
Literally.
here's the thing, Adol. You think that the U.S. government is at all interested in getting rid of COVID? You've got to be kidding me. COVID's the best thing that's ever happened to them.
I mean,
COVID has allowed them to have an authoritarian clamp down power grab. It's the best thing that's ever happened to them politically. They are using it as an excuse for every bullshit thing that they're doing.
Oh, I agree.
Why the hell would they want that to go away? It's enabling them.
Of course they never wanted to go away. That was always. I mean, that was obviously the case. When they had their little media jihad against hydroxychloroquine over a year ago, right? And we knew anything that was put out there that couldn't be a major profit grab for the major drug cartel wasn't going to fly, right? Hydroxychloroquine. Here's basically the analogy, right? You have COVID-19, hydroxychloroquine, or you have Pfizer who says like, we're gonna cook up the meth that's gonna fix this, right? We're gonna go ahead and we have this huge lab. We just got to get it up and running, and that's good. And then they basically hire the media, for anyone that's going to come in there with a cheaper, more gentle solution, they just come and break their legs, right? It's like a drug cartel breaking the legs of the competition, and then the government's there to make sure that all of the inhibitants to stopping them from. I mean, basically forcing you to take their product. It's incredible. It's unfathomable that we could be in this situation in the United States of America, that these big pharma companies could create an experimental drug that needs the weight of the FDA and in the federal government to not only stomp out any alternative treatments, but then force the people to take the experimental treatment against their will. It's stunning, absolutely stunning.
Well, I mean, you mentioned a word there, unfathomable. Unfathomable. And I think that word exemplifies the situation that we're seeing right now in America across the board. I don't care if you're talking about COVID, the vaccines, if you're talking about General Milley, you're talking about Joe Biden, right? Everything that they're doing is unfathomable at this point. And I'm in this situation where I no longer can provide commentary, because what I used to do is explain to people how insane this stuff all was. But now it's so obviously insane that I feel like there's no point in me even saying it. What do you even say to this stuff? I've been struggling with that lately. Like what? Like when you have a general, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, literally getting exposed for basically committing treason, telling China that he'd be going ahead and warning them if the U.S. was going to attack. That's treason, right? And he literally came out today and was like, yeah, I did that. That's where we're at in this country, where a general can basically commit treason and undermine the commander-in-chief, and instead of trying to hide behind something or say that he didn't do it, no, he just brazenly comes out and was like, yep, that was me. What are you gonna do? She is. I think we're back. We should be back. The world and our country's reputation is true, then I assume he would be tried for treason, and that he would have been dealing with his Chinese counterpart behind the president.
It seems like so. I don't know. Wednesday might end up being a pretty late day after all. Fuck.
Yeah, I was hoping we could have a good show today, but I guess it's we'll see. Oh. Yeah, we're back on now. Yeah, we're back. We're back. Okay, let's try this again. If the story of dumbass General Mark Milley, the same failed leader who engineered the worst withdrawal from a country, Afghanistan, in U.S. history, leaving behind many dead and wounded soldiers, many American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the newest and most sophisticated military equipment in the world, and our country's reputation is true, then I assume he would be tried for treason, and that he would have been dealing with his Chinese counterpart behind the president's back and telling China that he would be giving them notification of an attack. Can't do that. The good news is that the story is fake news concocted by a weak and ineffective general, together with two authors who I refuse to give an interview to because they write fiction, not fact. Actions should be taken immediately against Milley, and better generals in our military, of which we have many, should get involved so that another Afghanistan disaster never happens again. Remember, I was the one who took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate. Milley said it couldn't be done. For the record, I never even thought of attacking China, and China knows that. The people that fabricated the story are sick and demented, and the people who printed are just as bad. In fact, I'm the only president in decades who didn't get the U.S. into a war, a well-known fact that is seldom reported. So that's what he said about it. The thing is, I don't know what part of the story he's calling fake. That's what I'm trying to understand here, because Milley actually came out and said that he did in fact do this stuff. So maybe Trump was referring to other stuff in the book that he's calling fake. I don't know, because I know that a lot of the book is basically just bashing Trump, right, and saying that he was crazy.
And honestly, it's starting to feel like a big distraction. It's like,
yeah,
if Trump's saying it never actually happened and Milley's saying it did happen, it's incriminating information, so it's weird that Trump would be saying that it didn't happen and Milley would be saying that it did. Obviously, if it did happen, Milley feels pretty comfortable not being prosecuted because he's just openly admitting it. I'm wondering if this is all gaslighting, like they want us hyper focused on Milley for some reason. I don't know why or what else is going on, but it's like, if he didn't actually do this, but he's saying it is, like, it's getting us all worked up over something that'll never materialize. You know, we're basically chasing a laser pointer at this point. Milley's not going anywhere. All of our outrage in the world isn't going to change that. The Biden administration, the regime rather, isn't like, they're not really worried about optics or you know, doing what people like are calling for. So they're going to keep their corrupt bureaucrats and corrupt, you know, people in place no matter what. So I don't know. It seems weird, this whole thing. I didn't see that until just now.
So I mean, what do you think they're trying to distract from? What happened in California?
Probably. I mean, the many stories coming out about how awful these vaccines are.
Yeah.
The failing and falling apart narrative of January 6th, the continued push for investigations into 2020 election. I mean, Pennsylvania just voted to subpoena a bunch of stuff today. So that's, you know, all the voter roll information and all of that, and in a list of voting histories and all of that stuff they've subpoenaed today. We can go through that later if you want, but basically there's a ton of stuff to distract from, you know, like what's the best, like, okay, best case scenario, we raise enough outrage pixels to get General Milley removed, maybe even prosecuted. Doubtful, right? But let's just, you know, maybe, is Biden going to replace General Milley with a super patriot?
No.
Is he going to replace General Milley with someone that's going to be any more loyal to the Constitution or to the people in this country?
Nope.
No. All right. So
probably replace him with Jen Psaki.
Best case scenario, we put a ton of effort and energy into taking one piece of shit and throwing it aside and putting a different piece of shit right back in its place, right? What are we doing? What are we accomplishing here? I get it. It's infuriating, but who are the people reporting this story? It's Bob Woodward.
Yeah.
It's the Washington Post. I mean, they're gaslighting us here. I think. I don't really give a shit about Milley. I don't really give a shit about anybody in that circle, because they're going to do what they're going to do, and any replacement is going to be someone else cutting their mold anyway, as long as this current regime's in place. So why waste your energy there? Now, if you want to talk about, if you want to use it as a way of like pointing out hypocrisy, you know, to point out the complete lack of justice, a two-tiered system, you know, there's plenty of opportunity to do that, and that's a productive way to use this story for sure, right? Point out the hypocrisies and contradictions and things. But if you find yourself getting pissed off or mad or like outraged, like fire Milley, like you feel that football stadium energy coming over you, like, you know, take a deep breath, like, I don't know, go do something else for a few minutes, take a walk, and think like what's really, where is your energy really best spent? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, totally. Real quick, we got some support here from Blue Rinse at Blue Rinse, who gifted a cookie. There was another, there's another or maybe two other ones that I was gonna try and get to, but when we lost the stream, those disappeared for me. So whoever you guys are, you know who you are. Thank you very much for sending support in.
CB Joey hooked us up with a can.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And he said, "What's up, fellas? CB Joey, good to see you." Laura Y. I think he said this one. It said, "Adel sent me God's blessing, Patriots. Where we go, one we go all." I think he said that one already. And then there was Cautious Observer. It says, "Peter Piper picked a peck of spicy pickle White Claw," and that was a can. And that was the last thing I saw. So, or the first one I saw. So that should be everyone. Thank you guys for the support. Very, very appreciated.
So let's talk about this for a second here, right? Because this is just so easy to refute. Pfizer says vaccine efficacy wanes over time, and then makes the case for a booster shot. So like, yeah, it doesn't work let's give you another one. Like, are people stupid enough to believe this shit? The same company, the same failed company that came out with something that actually makes the problem worse, they are kind of soft admitting that it doesn't work, but then saying like, oh, but if we give you another one, it should be fine. Like, I'm sorry, but you'd have to be lobotomized to believe like something that ridiculous is the answer. Right? Is it just me?
We live in a country, Pixels. Yes, that. I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, it's lobotomized is a good way to put it. I can think of there's so many examples of just things that have happened in this country that people have just kind of like, yeah, just swallowed it and moved on. Like, I don't know. And yeah, that's a great way to put it. Completely lobotomized. And yes, people will continue to take it and they'll continue to scream, "Thank you, Fauci," as they do it. And 7-8 boosters later, when they've grown a 6 finger and their heart's enlarged 3 times the size it's supposed to be, and they walk with a limp, or I don't know what the long-term things. They might grow a hunchback or some shit. I don't know, whatever the long-term mutations are going to be from this. They'll still be like, well, it's better than dying from COVID, right? And that's just going to be like they're lost souls, dude. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. Do you want to see something that'll make you throw up all over your American flag shirt there, buddy?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
I
haven't eaten very much today, so it won't be that bad.
I did this to my audience. I'm gonna do it again. So fair warning to anybody out there who is enjoying a meal, wants to enjoy a meal tonight, or planning on eating. You might want to tune out here for the next few minutes. This is going to be extremely disgusting. The Guardian has hailed Dr. Fauci as sexiest man alive. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read some of this to you guys. You're gonna hear it. You have to hear it. You just have to. The Guardian has dubbed Dr. Anthony Fauci the sexiest man alive on Instagram. The British outlet touted an upcoming documentary about Fauci called simply Fauci as they issued their praise for the octogenarian. Anthony Fauci, an 80-year-old scientist, doctor, and public servant, has become an unlikely cult hero for millions of people during the COVID pandemic. The U.S. diseases expert has been spoofed by Brad Pitt and lauded as the sexiest man alive. Now the pop culture phenomenon is the focus of a documentary appropriately titled Fauci. John Hoffman, who co-directs the new documentary, said, quote, "At the core of Tony's popularity is that people intuit that this is a man who is speaking the truth and will not let anything stand in the way. Tony is the signal amid the noise," Hoffman said. People are able to sense that there is a lot of noise and their ears are trying to find the signal, and Tony is the signal. Fauci was nominated for Sexiest Man Alive by People magazine in 2020 and joked to Stephen Colbert appearing on his show, "Well, Stephen, briefly, it was sort of an interesting concept," Fauci said. "But when you realize how far it is from the truth, being somewhat from a realistic person, I then get back to my job, which is mass murdering millions and millions of people all over the planet." I'll leave that there. I'll leave that there for you guys. Anyway, that's the Guardian. The Guardian. He's the signal amidst the noise, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're dealing with, though. That's what they're dealing with. That is the opposite.
What do I even say to that, man?
Laugh. Just laugh.
I can't, man. Because actually, because my mind keeps going back to people actually read this shit and like smile and nod and go like, yeah.
Some do, but there's a lot of Americans. There's a lot of Americans are like, that's like a fucking decrepit Keebler elf that can't throw a baseball 7 feet towards the pitcher's mound. You're calling like, again, I laugh because in my heart, I know that there's a God And that God has given enough people the common sense to look at that story and say, well, I guess the Guardian doesn't have any real credibility because that's an 80-year-old Keebler elf that can't throw a baseball. They just called him the sexiest man alive. I don't know, man. I saw that. I just started laughing. It was the funniest fucking shit I've seen all day.
It's yeah, I don't know what to say about that one, man. You broke me. Adel broke me, and now I'm in desperate need of a White Claw right now.
Got you hooked on them claws, didn't I?
Not really, no. I only drink them when you're here. Disappointed Mom out there gifted a cookie and said, "Hi Pixels from the 412." Thank you very much, Disappointed Mom, for the cookie. EO2 Dave out there gifted the shades and said, "Fuck Fauci and fuck Joe Biden." Couldn't agree with you more, EO2 Dave. Thank you very much for the shades. And Sean Joe out there gifted a cookie. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you guys.
While I try to regain my bearing from that absolutely horrible.
That's how
I don't even know what word to apply to it, honestly.
That was less disruptive to the flow of the show. Or that was more disruptive to the flow of the show than when the internet went out on Soko's computer there. And
you're right.
He recovered better from being completely knocked off the air and unable to broadcast. You recovered better from that than you did from hearing the Guardian proclaim that Dr. Anthony Fauci is the sexiest man alive. Soko, I'm sorry. I know you expect us to finish your Wednesday lineup with like a strong broadcast, but
we're both in this place right now. We're
not
like
today.
The things that are happening around us. It's like a bad horror film, and like I just want to leave the theater. Like I'm so done watching this movie.
I think it's more like a campy
popcorn
comedy.
is stale. My ice and my Coke has now melted, and it's like this like horrible tasting lukewarm garbage, and like the credits have been rolling in slow motion for like 8 years, and I've had it. Like I'm ready to walk out of the theater. This is like what's going on in our country right now, the timeline that we're on, the news that's coming out on a daily basis, is like if M. Night Shyamalan snorted an 8-foot line of coke, then took peyote and decided to direct something. That is literally like what we're watching. Like M. Night Shyamalan could not come up with something this ridiculous and out there if he was on every drug known to man at the same time. Like, and my popcorn is stale, which makes it even worse. Like I'm like, what the God.
I do want to see movement too. Like I'm kind of sick of like the darkness part of this, but I
really am.
I've got this like feeling in my gut, man, that we've got months and months of this left. I do think the tide does turn at some point between now and the midterms, right? But I don't see that, like, I don't see this part of the nightmare ending anytime soon, because I do think there's about to be a counterpunch coming from Patriots. You know, the Arizona audit, which I know the Arizona audit is the new fucking Durham report. You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
it's starting to feel that way. It's like, you know, when they came out and they were like, yeah, a couple members of the Cyber Ninjas team have COVID, so it's completely stopped us from doing anything. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, email it. Email. Have you heard of email? You can't spread COVID through email. What is wrong with you people?
Take the fucking horse dewormer and move on with your life, would you? I mean, for crying. But yeah, no, it's. My point is, I do think there is a counterpunch coming, and as that approaches, they're going to squeeze even harder on us, and it's going to get like worse. Like I don't think things have gotten as bad as they're gonna get before they start. Like we haven't hit rock bottom yet. We haven't hit rock bottom yet.
Are you sure?
Yes. Have you got
what the hell is rock bottom then? Like, what is it?
When you can't get gas, groceries, when you're legitimately concerned that the availability of all the basic comforts that you've taken for granted your entire life might not be readily available. Those are the kind of gut checks that wake people up and take the average weekend warrior, fantasy football player, Kardashian obsessed, average normie American from that to what the fuck has been going on all this time, right? How do you get those people who are just completely uninterested? I mean, you've seen those Mark Dice.
I told you yesterday, take away TikTok and they'll get interested real fast.
Maybe there's some people, yes, that would have some effect, but my point is like you go down, look at like I said, the Mark Dice man on the street interviews are great, like where he's asking people like, what did Joe Biden do before he was president? They just have no fucking clue. Like they're just you have a massive number of literally clueless people that they couldn't tell you the difference between the judiciary, the legislative, the executive. They don't know. They might know the two political parties, and that's about as far as it goes.
Here's the thing about that argument.
Those people need shook to their core. Those people need to be shook to their core.
I agree with you, but to what end? And here's my point, okay? I don't give a shit if the entire damn country's red-pilled. They've just stolen 2 elections now from us in the matter of less than a year. Brazenly. With absolutely close to 0 chance of getting caught or, like even if they do get exposed, they don't get charged. The process doesn't change except in fucking Texas. Excuse my language. So what the hell does it matter if everybody's red-pilled? If they're just going to steal every election from here? I thought the people being red-pilled and knowing what's going on is like, the reason we want people to be that way is so that they're informed voters. But if the votes don't matter, then what the hell does that even matter?
If you have, well, first of all, it didn't matter. It did matter because we wouldn't even be talking about the November 3rd
we forced them to cheat in a cartoonish way.
Yeah, we wouldn't even be talking about that if that wasn't happening.
But Joe Biden is still in office.
I get what you're saying. He is in office, and it's extremely frustrating for sure. But if the whole country was red-pilled, then the mainstream media wouldn't be able to lie their way through this, right? This presidency was a mainstream media creation. The candidate never left his basement. They carried him literally from the opening primary debate straight through to the White House without holding him accountable for anything he said, without asking him a real question, without him having to really make barely 10 public appearances over the course of an entire year of campaigning. The guy did nothing. It was a total media fabrication and LARP into the White House. That's only possible with a bunch of people that aren't paying attention. If everyone was red-pilled and watching, I mean, they stopped counting votes in only the swing states all at once, said that they weren't going to count anymore till the next morning. Then you woke up that next morning and the vote count was different than after they said they stopped counting the votes. Like, you can't, like, that kind of like just blatant ridiculousness can't happen with an awake public. So it does matter. I get what you're saying, but we're not there yet. Like, I would say we might have 10% of the population on our level if we're lucky, and they have about 10% of the population as true believers. The rest is this like middle ground that ranges from like I follow Q to I watch Fox News, to I about to join Antifa to, I surf, I put on NPR on my way to work, right? All of that in between is up for grabs right now, I feel like. And it's going to take, I think, a major shaking of the normies, those completely uninformed people, to get them to kind of reassess what they prioritize in their lives, right? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to. They're not prioritizing these things at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a very large portion of the American population needs to grow up.
Yes.
And start giving a shit about things that actually matter. There are far too many people out there who are interested in trivial, stupid. You know how many 25-year-olds would rather sit and watch an episode of some stupid anime show than actually read an article and inform themselves on something? Like, it is that section of the population that needs to pull their heads out of their asses and out of the sand and like face reality. But at the same time, dude, I mean, I'm seeing a very large portion of our country that is already outraged and holding these people's feet to the fire, and the people in power don't give a damn. They don't care, right? Joe Biden can't go anywhere without getting booed and screamed at and called a piece of shit. But like, what does that matter to him? So what? A bunch of people call him a piece of shit. No sweat off his back.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Pixels, because I can kind of defeat like where you're not defeat your argument, because I wouldn't even consider this an argument, but what is their wet dream right now? If they could pass one piece of legislation right now, the Democrats, what would it be?
Federalizing elections.
Why? If they could just cheat,
well,
like
because
this,
they know they can't win without cheating.
Ah, okay, right. So they're clearly scared to death that the game's up, because they've never tried to do this before until this year. So we've clearly spooked them to the point where they're going. So they don't believe they can get away with it the way that they did last time, or else they wouldn't be pushing this like crazy, right? They know that they're exposed and tangible actions are being taken to oppose what they just did. Loopholes that they were using on lower volumes, right? Unnoticeable, or maybe noticeable, but no one's going to call them out for it, right? A pinch here, a pinch there. All of these loopholes that they had available to them that they could use here and there and get away with things, they had to use all of them in a cartoonish fashion, and now they're being closed. So they're trying to federalize elections, right? That, to me, talk about signal and noise, that's signal that they're scared to death, because otherwise they wouldn't be trying to do that. They wouldn't be drawing that kind of attention to it. They wouldn't be pushing it like that.
I see your point. The only problem with it is, Adel, is that, I've only seen those loopholes that you're talking about closed in Texas. That's the only state that I've seen actually change their election, the way they do their elections for the better, and make it harder to do fraud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the only state who has reformed their election process since this all happened.
So Georgia reformed theirs. That's why the MLB moved their,
Georgia too.
Yeah, Georgia and
so that's
Texas.
2 states out of 50.
Pennsylvania put a bill out that was vetoed by the governor. So as soon as we vote out Tom Wolf, I do think Pennsylvania will change. Also, though, what spawned from this is the precinct project, or the precinct strategy, where you have committeemen flooding, Patriot MAGA committeemen flooding the Republican Party at the lowest levels and basically taking over precincts all over the country. Well, guess what that does? That gives us
deciding who gets on the ballot, right?
Deciding who gets on the ballot and who represents us in the election process, right? Who's in the room as the votes are being counted? Who's in the room when we're deciding on the process? This gives real fighters an opportunity to say, no, you're going to give a Republican and Democrat an equal chance to look at every single ballot and have a real, right? All of this was done before because we weren't playing the game. We weren't in there flexing our muscle. We didn't have real fighters on the floor during the elections, at least not them in good enough numbers to make a difference. This is an opportunity, I think, or what we're seeing now is a grassroots from the bottom up taking control of a lot of these systems, and that's why you're seeing these efforts from the other side to federalize things and take control of them, because they know what's coming. And I agree. I wish there was more pixels from like state legislatures, but that's all going to come in time. There's like, look at Michigan. Michigan was egregious as all hell. And you have Republican state legislatures in your state, pixels, that are actively trying to undermine an audit effort by putting out a report saying that the election was fine. GOP members, saying, oh, we investigated, it's fine, without even opening a single ballot box. It's insanity. Like, these are the Republicans we have representing us now. As long as that's the case, we're not going anywhere.
Right.
So but you got to start the process somewhere.
You do. You make good points. Real quick, MHL1 out there gifted the shades and said, if Fauci is the sexiest man alive, I'm the king of England. What the fuck? Yeah, absolutely, MHL1. Also, gifting shades again, MHL1 says, fuck you, Tony. Thank you very much, MHL1. And Stronghold out there gifted a can. Thank you very much for the can, Stronghold. And MHL1 again gifted the shades and said, 18 states have strengthened their election laws. 18 of them. Well, that's a lot better than I thought. I don't remember seeing 18 of them, but according to MHL1 out there, 18 states have strengthened their laws. One of the things
that's without the results of any audits. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to ask you to speak on the vote over in the Senate committee in Pennsylvania to proceed with the investigation of the 2020 election. Did you get that today from Gateway Pundit? I'm sure you did. I mean, it's your state.
Yeah, so here's what they're asking for. All right, so they want any and all communications from the Department of State to any county election director or member of a county's election board between May 1st, 2020 and end of May 2021. They want a copy of each and every version of all directives, guidances, policies, or procedures in effect at any time between August 1, 2020 and June 30, 2021 relating to elections, election systems, mail-in ballot applications, ballots, voting compliance with state or federal election laws, polling places, and or poll watchers. They want all training materials used to train county election workers, poll workers, poll watchers, judges of election inspectors, clerks, and all persons who staffed voting offices between August 1, 2020 and May 31st, 2021. A complete list containing all right, so I'm going to give you, a complete list, and all of these things are going to be asked for from all of the groups. I'm not going to repeat this. All right, so they want date of birth or name, date of birth, driver's license, last 4 digits of social, address, and date of last voting activity of all registered voters within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They want all of that stuff for all of the registered voters, all of the registered voters within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Okay, May 1st, 2021, and as of November 1st, 2020. So 2 different periods. They want all of that information for all individuals who voted in person, by mail, by absentee ballot, and by provisional ballot, I think were the 3. Yeah, provisional, absentee, and mail-in. And then also for the primary too. So for the general election and the primary. So I'll just, like I said, kind of leave that there. And then a complete list of all changes to voter records made between May 31st, 2020 and end of May 2021. A copy of the certified results for each and every race and or ballot question on the 2020 or 2021 primary elections. A copy of all reports of audits and or reviews of the SURE system conducted by or for the Department of State between 2018 and the present, including but not limited to any audits conducted. And then a copy of annual reports submitted to the department 2021 pursuant to 4 APA code. So look, it's a start. I think they want to see how many people were actually registered to vote versus how many votes they got. I think that's where it's starting. And I hope that they're going to use that to open the door to ask for more. Because what you didn't read there was routers, machines, Splunk logs, actual physical ballots. None of that was included in there. So it's kind of a soft start from Jake Corman and the establishment GOP and PA. I hope to see more. I'm very interested. I'm going to be all over the war room tomorrow to see if Doug Mastriano makes a visit there to get his take on can we trust this process, or are we getting something symbolic in nature? But PA, man, you're talking close to 1 million votes stolen here. It was an absolute travesty, a joke, a slap in the face to the true heart and soul of this state. And I hope the truth rises here and we get to see the real vote count in PA before it's all said and done.
I hope so too. And I hope that the Arizona forensic audit results come out soon, because I tell you what, if there's one thing that I don't think the conservative movement can take anymore is more blue balling. I'm so sick and damn tired of it, right?
Yeah.
It's coming, 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 and it never comes. And you know, the more that happens, the more it demoralizes our entire movement, and the more it makes us all feel like fighting is just, what's the point, right? I'm sick and tired of being told that something's coming, and then seeing that there's going to be delays, and it's like, oh my god, now we've got another 2 years of delays, and by the time they come out with this damn thing, it's not going to even matter anymore, right? So I really hope that the reports that I'm hearing out there saying that sometime this week we're expecting to see the results. I hope that's true, and I hope that we're not left waiting for months or even years, because I'm getting really damn sick and tired of hearing that something's coming that's supposed to help us out and expose some stuff, and it never coming to fruition for whatever reason.
I'm remaining cool and patient and relaxed until the end of September. I'm going to let this month roll on through. I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to be optimistic and relax. I'm not gonna fret until not that I say I'm hitting the panic button at the end of September, but I'm waiting till the end of September before I make any judgments on anything as far as the audit timing or anything else. I'm letting this month play out. Because we were told that to expect something towards the beginning of the month. So I'm giving 4 weeks of buffer time to get some kind of results, you know, from this audit, some kind of major counterpunch, and then I'll revisit, you know, the whole timeline conversation at the end of September. But right now, like I said, I'm just happy to give it some room to breathe. But I agree, Pixels, like, it's ridiculous. We started this process back in April, and we've had them count and recount and then recount again and then recount one more time. Write the report, the preliminary report, you know, this has got to be reviewed. Now they have COVID. Enough's enough. The people need to know, you know, and that's that.
Yep. Could not agree more. One last thing I want to hit really fast here. I guess you could, it's not a win, but it's at least it's conservatives fighting, right, for principles. Arizona is the first state to sue the Biden administration over vaccine mandate. This came out today on Breitbart. Attorney General Mark Brnovich argues that it violates the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause by discriminating against U.S. citizens as illegal immigrants in federal law enforcement's custody are not subordinate to the same vaccine mandates. So, there you are. He's suing on that angle. I wish they would have sued on the angle of, you know, they just simply don't have the authority to mandate a vaccine for the entire country. But it's a start. Like I said, you know, like same thing with Pennsylvania. This is a start, and hopefully it gets a little bit better. But yeah,
I think you'll probably see different AGs and governors use different arguments, the strategies, right? Hit it from all angles, fight it on all fronts.
Sure.
And you know, find a way through. So I agree. I agree with the strategy. You know, start somewhere, and I think you probably got at least 20 solid states that are going to put up some resistance to this, right? So that's 20 cracks at it as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, be creative in your arguments, and see what you could do. But yeah, you got to come at this thing from all angles.
Absolutely. So with that being said, this has been kind of an unhinged, off the rails episode of the New Guard here. Adel and I are both in a weird spot, right? We're like we were explaining earlier, everything that we're seeing, happen around us is just, sometimes it's too much, and sometimes there's simply no words that at least I can offer that illustrate the insanity of it, because the insanity is out there, right out in front, anyways. So that's it. I mean. But, so tomorrow I will be live at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the breakdown. That is, well, I'm sure all of you guys have seen that by now. It is a very, very fast-paced news blitz. We typically go through around 25 stories every episode. So if you like news and you like to stay on top of what's going on during the day, check that out tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Adel, I'm sure you've got something else going on as well.
Yeah, obviously tomorrow we've got Taking It Back with Brendan Dilley and Frankie Val of Quite Frankly. two amazing broadcasters will be joining me for our weekly hour together at 4 p.m. Eastern time. If you guys are looking for a little something to do leading up to that, Drunk Pinata right here on the 5x5 network will be hosting a pre-show to Taking It Back. If you've ever seen him do his thing, it's pretty good. He breaks down a lot of the propaganda piece by piece and really dissects, how they're manipulating, how they're deceiving people. It's good stuff. It's a good kind of thing to get your mind in the right place to have some fun with Dilly and Frank and I. So should be a good time on Thursday. No prep setting tonight. I think next week we'll probably do the 8:30 show on Wednesday, but not tonight. But yeah, that's about it. 4 o'clock tomorrow, and then 3 o'clock if you want the pre-show here, and then 4 o'clock on Friday also. I'll be live wrapping up the week. That's it for me.
Right on. Well, we have one more thank you to say to Arizona Girl USA, who gifted the shades. Thank you very much, Arizona Girl, and said, I think the canvassing effort stepped on the message, so I think they needed that separation. Interesting thought there, Arizona Girl USA. But yeah, with that being said, we'll go ahead and close it out. Soko, go ahead and shut her down. Unless she's not listening and I got to do it myself. Stand by, everyone.
The most awkward show dismounts in the history of broadcasting here on the 5x5 network.
It's legendary. I hope someone out there is screen recording right now, right? So 20 years into the future, they can be like, yeah, this is how Adel and Pixels got started.
Yeah.
I don't even think I can. Soko, can you shut this down? Because the control room is not...